Pūroro Āmua committee for the 14th of April. We will now stand for the karakia. Whakatakati hau ki te uru, whakatakati hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina kina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai. E hi aki ana te atakura, he tio, he huka, he hauhu, ti hei moriora. Thank you so much. So if you could let me or the committee advisors know if you need to leave the meeting, and we will have morning tea after public participants so that we can have an uninterrupted flow. We've got some apologies. Councillor Young for early departure. Mayor Foster is on council business. Liz Kelly will be arriving about 11 o'clock, and I think that's all. Is there anyone else? Wonderful. So I'm going to move that. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Right, if you could vote, please. Wonderful, thank you. Now, conflict of interest declarations, any to declare today? None? Okay, thank you. And now I'm just going to move that we confirm the minutes from the 10th of March. Can I have a seconder? Deputy Mayor, thank you very much. That's your job today. So I'm now going to move that motion. If you could vote, please. I declare that carried. Thank you very much. So there's no items not on the agenda. And now we are going to have public participation. So public participation before the petition. So I'd now like to welcome Imogen Kennedy-Smith. I think it's got a video, so that's wonderful. So welcome to you, Imogen.
Have some input in this discussion today. I would just basically really like to say that I am in full support of this, and because as a young person and as a teenager living in Wellington, like, we are the people who are going to inherit this planet. And as you can see, I'm wearing a uniform. I'm a high school student. I'm going to be the one who we have to live here, and I'm really all for sustainable transport, and so that includes the building of cycleways and increased bus routes. That would be something I would also like to see, is some, especially.
Should we be able to hear something?
Like bus routes, like
sorry, can you?
That, so you don't have to go.
Sorry, Councillor Day. I thought you could hear that. Can we'll just do a test so that you can hear it.
They've been emailed to us, so we've already probably seen them. That's the thing.
We can't see it or hear it, so it hasn't been shared with us, I think, on the screen.
It was shared about half an hour ago with us.
Sorry, councillors online. So we've emailed it through to you because it's a little technically difficult for us to share it in Zoom from the chambers. So it has been emailed to you.
Can you see that, Councillor Day, in your email box? Just making sure everyone's got it. Okay, great. Sorry, I can't see the people on Zoom. So, yep, if we could resume, thank you.
All the way into the CBD, if you live kind of like if you're trying to get from like Island Bay to Seatoon, I know that just sometimes it can be difficult, and that's just a thought that I had. But yeah, full support on this. Like, it's, as well as it being like a big general thing for our generation, it's also a personal thing for me. Like, my dad cycles to work every day. He works in Newtown, and we live not in Newtown. And like, I personally don't go through Newtown a lot because I'm actually very afraid to cycle there, and I don't have like my full driver's license. And I think that getting places into Newtown is not always exactly easy because the roads are pretty busy. and biking through the Mount Victoria Tunnel can be difficult. So with this increased cycleway, it would make it a lot safer for people like my dad who work in Newtown, which it puts me at ease, which is quite nice. And so I'm in full support of people being able to cycle to work more often and use this walkway and use sustainable transport. Thank you.
Wonderful. It's good to get a video submission. And now Andrew Kennedy-Smith, again, a video submission.
Do we not get? I thought public participation. You had the opportunity to ask questions. Is that not?
She's on a video.
But are we allowed to take?
Well, I'm not sure.
Into public, I mean, this is public participation. It's not submissions as such. So I'm just wondering, normally it's people are on Zoom or come in person to speak, and we ask questions. Otherwise, we could just ask for lots of people to send videos and write information to us.
I felt it was appropriate.
Okay, for this time, but we just check that future? Because thank you.
All right. Andrew Kennedy-Smith now. Video submission. People do have commitments.
Madam Chair, some of us online took some time to find the video. I'm still listening to the first one. I don't know if others are, but...
Right. Okay, you nearly done? Right. We will move on with Andrew Kennedy-Smith.
She's finished. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity of presenting to Council regarding the proposed cycleway and public transport corridor running through Newtown. I apologise I'm not able to be there in person, live on Zoom. I wish to comment from three perspectives: as a local business owner, as a cycling commuter to and working in Newtown, and from an environment emissions perspective. I'm a full-time clinician and surgeon at Ridderford Medical Specialists and at Wellington Hospital. I'm one of the owners of Ridderford Medical Specialists. We're in the heritage block of buildings just north of the public hospital, directly adjacent to the way. We run a busy medical and surgical practice. A number of our patients come to see us by bus or by bicycle, but many still come by car. We encourage bus and cycling, our communication and online messaging by providing secure covered bicycle parking and simply by recommending bus travel, noting the proximity that I think to the hospital bus hub. We do have limited car parking under our building, but not enough for our patients and the 20 part-time patients working in our business. 9 of the 20 commute to work by bicycle or on foot daily at our centre, and the others intermittently. We strongly support the planned bus and cycle route to and through Newtown. In addition to the proposed route changes, I'd like to see a better bus hub on the northbound side of the road, easier pedestrian flow from bus stops and across intersections, better east-west bus routes, in addition to the existing north-south routes, and better messaging and advertising of the Newtown and hospital bus routes terminus. I sympathise with some of the anxieties expressed by the petitioners calling to halt the works. However, better bus services and cycleways assist our business and likely many of the other neighbouring businesses too. I perceive the change to a more pedestrian-friendly environment with positive outcomes for many of us. Our business is a destination. We don't depend on foot traffic. However, our patients and the staff patients in whānau at the public hospital are a large potential audience for the neighbouring Newtown businesses. If we can improve the pedestrian flow onto Ridderford Street and make Newtown more of an integrated destination. Commenting as a commuter, I cycle to work daily. Capital Coast employs over 2,500 nurses, doctors, and some hundreds more non-clinical staff. There's a Wellington Hospital cycling advocacy group that's in excess of 100 clinicians. We're the largest business in Newtown, and we account for the most commutes. Car parking at Wellington Hospital is limited. The bicycle lockups used by staff are full during the week. And patients and their whānau must come to hospital by bus or by car. I cannot think of a more democratic solution for transport to and from the Newtown Hospital precinct than the planned combined walkway, cycleway, bus lane and private car lane. The changes significantly improve the safety for all users, and it's an encouragement for more people to use options other than car travel for personal transport in our precinct. And finally, from an environment and emissions perspective, the bus and bike lanes are a no-brainer. This is a busy commuter corridor, and a switch to transport other than private cars on this route would be quite impactful. There's an immediate environmental benefit from fewer car journeys, as we experienced in the lockdown at the start of 2020. And of course, we have a commitment and legal requirement to reduce our carbon emissions. Thank you again for this opportunity.
Right, and yes, confirmed by the committee advisor. There's no problem with video, just understanding that some people do have work and school commitments, and so we like to encourage participation. Right, now I'd like to welcome Erica Mangan via Zoom. Welcome, Erica.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you today, Chair and councillors. I'm just going to read from some notes. I just jotted down some thoughts. So my name's Erica. I live in Newtown, Berempoi area, and I cycle the route from this to the waterfront multiple times a week. That can be commuting to work, running errands in town, visiting friends at cafes, etc., etc. I also have two sisters, one of whom rides this route almost as regularly as I, and another who I'm hoping, fingers crossed, will join us when it's safer to do so. I often frequent the businesses on this route on bike or by foot. I was particularly disappointed to see Rice Bowl's involvement in the petition, as I often stop on my bike home from work, park outside their shop and get some takeout to take home. Disappointed that they don't want me to be able to do so more safely. I understand change can be scary for anyone, including businesses, but these test cycleways are the perfect way to get feedback, to fix issues identified in a really practical way. More talk is not needed here. I remember being consulted on cycleways through Newtown back in 2018, 4 years ago, for Newtown Connections. We've all talked about this to death. It's time to put something in place, get feedback, see what happens, and adjust it so that it works for everyone. And so more people can cycle safely to Newtown and from Newtown into the city. With the death of another cyclist in Auckland just the other day, a woman like myself on her way to work, it really reminds me how vulnerable I am. It only takes one misjudgment from a driver and that could be it. I was close passed yet again by a double-decker just the other week on Kent Terrace, and I've often been close passed by trucks, SUVs, racing for the green light down Cambridge Terrace, who can't be bothered changing lanes in the often empty lanes next to them on their way through town. We really need to be able to be safe down this route. It's a key route. I actually felt really hopeful for the first time about this council when, as part of the LTP process, you voted for more cycleways, and with the recent Pāniki Pōneke strategy. I really applaud your leadership so far. I'm really looking forward to the cycleway to the waterfront. Please do not let this petition derail that progress under the guise of more consultation required. I feel like we're all talked out on this. We need to give this a real go and iron out any issues. Cycleways around the world have shown time and again that bikes mean business. We need to help businesses through this transition, I understand that, so they can see and reap the benefits. I personally pop over to Miramar now way more because of the separated cycleway most of the way. I would not be surprised if more people come to Newtown if there are safe cycleways to get here. Some businesses also might decide that the location no longer works for them for whatever reason, but I don't even think that's a reason to stop this. Cyclists do deserve to be safe on the roads, and cities evolve and change and adapt all the time. Businesses often change location. Bicycle Junction's just one example, moved to larger premises in town and was replaced by a cafe. That's completely normal, that's progress, and yeah. So I don't think consultation on this is required anymore. We've consulted on it for years. Let's now get into the detail, put it in practice, and see how we can make this work for everyone. Thank you again. Please hold firm to the leadership that you showed last year with the LTP and recently with the Pāniki, and let's get on with it. I'm looking forward to cycling on that route more safely.
Thank you, Erica. Councillors, any questions? It seems that you have been very clear, so thank you very much, and it's great to hear about your experience. Really appreciate that. Oh, Sean, sorry, Councillor Rush.
Thanks very much, Erica. So the petition that's been set up has got something around 1,200 people supporting it, which is quite phenomenal, actually. So what do you say to those people that are supporting not necessarily a shutting down of the Cycleway program, but really an opportunity to be able to have a proper discussion as we normally do with big projects?
Councillor Rush, I would say that we've all had opportunities to talk about cycleways through Newtown multiple times. Any minor concerns that they might have about loading zones or things like that, I think we need to get the cycleway in place so that we can actually practically work out and test things that work. I think this is a really great way to actually, in a real way, fix issues that arise rather than council officials trying to come up with solutions at their desk. I think through real world experience, we could try and find solutions that work for everyone. So that's what I'd say to that.
Thanks, Erica. Appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate it, Erica. Have a great weekend.
Thank you.
Right, Stephen Maslin, who is going to be on Zoom as well. Welcome to you.
Cool, thank you. I hope you can all hear me.
We can.
Great, so kia ora councillors. Before I introduce myself, I'll start with a joke. What's the hardest part about learning to ride a bike? The road. Perhaps a little dry and too close to the bone. I'm Stephen Maslin, a father, husband, friend, son, nurse, and counsellor. I live in Newtown and work as team lead of counselling at Victoria University. About 2 years ago, my wife got our first e-bike to get to work and transport our kid to daycare. It was a slippery slope, and now we get a buy on 2 cargo bikes, an e-bike, a regular bike, a skateboard, 2 balance bikes, and our car, not all at the same time. Ever since we got into biking, the following things happened. We got fit, finally an easy and fun way to look after our bodies. When I was 15 and 18 years old, I had major surgeries on my spine. Since then, back pain's been a regular part of my life. However, with cycling now, I experience back pain about once a month rather than 3 to 4 times a week. We get out more. Our world was smaller, and now we get out to playgrounds, cafes, shops, beaches, all across the city and have a great time doing it. Some of our favourite new spots to visit are Oriental Beach, Parliament Playground, Parrot Dog Bar, Chocolate Fish Cafe, Zealandia, as well as discovering new shops and places almost every weekend. We socialise more. There's nothing more fun than getting out with the kids and other parents for a bike ride to a beach. We stopped using the car and mostly collects dust, except the occasional jaunt outside of Wellington. I use bikes to pick up our shopping, pizzas, materials from Bunnings, firewood, and I even transported a Weber barbecue once. Before we biked, we avoided going into the city as parking was too challenging. Now we spend a lot more time biking around and visiting local businesses in Newtown and the city. So what's this got to do with the Newtown Cycleway? One thing cycling hasn't achieved is a feeling of safety, a feeling of being respected on the road by other users. It's not uncommon to get home at the end of a day of wrangling kids, helping students at Victoria University, and the most exhausting part of all of that is fighting for survival on the Wellington roads. Our children are Finn, who's 5, and Leon, who's almost 3. Finn goes to Newtown School and Leon goes to Capital Kids Cooperative, which is just off Adelaide Road. A big part of my day-to-day commute is between the school and daycare. The bike lane from Rutherford through to Adelaide is going to dramatically make the stretch safer for me, my wife, my kids, and all those who choose to use it. Now getting to Victoria University Calvin campus from Newtown won't have just one tiny cycle lane on Rugby Street, and visiting our favourite beach on Oriental Bay will be 95% cycleways and 95% safer. We've spoken to other parents who are scared, and quite reasonably so, to get out on their bikes, either by themselves or with their kids. Several of my workmates avoid cycling because Wellington streets are too dangerous. A cycleway would change that. I was having a beer at BB Moss pub just last week, and I bumped into our architect from Foster and Melville, who are based on Adelaide Road. He's considering getting an e-bike now that there'll be a safe way to get into Newtown. Whenever we've used cycleways around the city, we've felt much safer, being able to focus more on enjoying the ride than biking defensively. Some of our favourites are Crawford Road, Brooklyn Cycleway, and Common Drive, which is especially great, though it could be better connected. Change can be terrifying. I know the shops in the area will be worried. Fortunately, it doesn't take long to find the plethora of research around the city planning that shows that cities with interconnected cycleways increase active transport, capacity of roads, and as a result, more people visiting shops, cafes, and restaurants. In addition, the population is healthier, happier, and carbon emissions reduce. Just look at some of the cities that have implemented them well, such as Paris most recently and Vancouver. It's no wonder some of the happiest cities are the likes of Helsinki, which have miles of interconnected cycleways. Let's do this for the kids of Wellington. Let's do this to make our streets fun. Let's do this for our economy. Let's do this for our health. Let's do this for our planet. Let's do this to be safe on our roads. Please, let's not delay.
Thank you very much for sharing that. Any questions, councillors? Councillor Rush.
Thanks, Steve. Appreciate you coming in. We've heard a couple or another person today talk about research showing more people on bikes visit shops and so forth. I guess intuitively, I struggle with that a wee bit. We know supermarkets wouldn't really work if you couldn't drive there and pick things up, and buying TVs and stuff like that. I guess that the research I've seen seems to be in more obscure places. Can you just maybe elaborate a wee bit more on why you think that people on bikes do more shopping? And is it a particular type of shop? Is it, are we talking cafes, or are we talking other sort of department stores? Or
Sure, Councillor Rush, I already mentioned that in my speech about some of the shopping I've done. Unfortunately, I didn't bring in some photos. I was thinking of bringing in photos, but as I mentioned, I've actually bought a barbecue and picked it up on my bicycle, which was easier than in my sedan. I've done shopping at Countdown Newtown multiple times, picking it up with my cargo bike. What else? I bought wood for replacing weatherboards on my house from Bunnings. I think it's one of those things you have to experience to learn how actually you can do a lot with bikes. You can do a lot of shops with bikes, and it's not even just about the amount you spend when you go out. Cyclists may not always spend as much when they go out, but the number of people who are able to get into the city increases. You have increased carriageways on the road, so you have more capacity to transport people into the city and around the city or into Newtown. So you have more people who are there shopping, enjoying themselves.
Okay, thanks. Sorry, just to be clear, Steve, when you talked about earlier, I thought you said this is what I use my car for. So I totally apologise for not getting that. I misunderstood, but thank you for that clarification.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you, Councillor Fitzsimmons. We run out of time, but if you're quick, that'd be great.
Oh, look, Steve, I was just going to ask, because given you're part of a wider cycling community, is it your impression that people are increasingly making the connection between cycling and climate action?
I would say so. I don't think it's the only reason people bike, but it definitely is a large reason for people. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And thank you for showing us how you can do all that amazing shopping with a cargo bike. I think that's really inspiring. Thank you. Right. Now, Morgan Hanks, who will be coming in person. Hi, Morgan. Warm welcome to you. It's lovely to have a real person in the chambers again.
So it's very exciting to be in person. I feel like my presentation is not as well polished as some of the people that have gone before me, so apologies. So kia ora, my name is Morgan Hanks. I'm a car owner and a bike owner. I'm a resident in Berempore. I've been riding my bike around Wellington for the last 10, 12 years. I bike almost every single day. I bike to town for work. I did this morning. I bike in and around Newtown to drop my son off at daycare. I drop my daughter off at a Newtown-based dance studio on Adelaide Road. I bike down to Island Bay all the time. I drive my car maybe once a week on the weekend. I do often do that to go grocery shopping if I haven't been well prepared in advance to do my online order. But I have increasingly decreased the amount I use my car. So I regularly use these cycle lanes in and around town, Newtown, well, not in Berempore yet, and Island Bay. And I ride with 2 kids on the back of my long-tail cargo bike. My kids absolutely love it. My son screams if he has to go in the car, loves the bike. He gets his helmet and he just pats it. He's only 1. And so they love it way more than having to go in the car for anything. And I would never trust my daughter, who's almost 6, to ride on the roads in Wellington. It would significantly hinder how much we get around if she couldn't go on the bike with us. So on the weekends, I prefer to ride my bike so I don't have to bother finding a car park, paying for a car park, or worry about any of the time restrictions around how long I can be somewhere with having to think, oh, I've got to run back, pay the meter, etc. That's a big impetus for me for riding. If I am in my car, I don't make impromptu stops. I don't want to think about parking, getting the kids in and out, all that stuff. Whereas when I'm on my bike, I can do that. So I visit a lot of businesses in and around the kind of Newtown, John Street area, which I believe is a kind of point of contention at the moment. So I just thought I'd list a few. The Love of Dance Studio on Adelaide Road, F45, The Axe, Stacks, Frank's, The Hospital, not a business obviously, Countdown, The Kids Dentist, Capital Cars. I see someone from Capital Cars is speaking shortly after me. Just know I walked there to buy my car or took public transport. I would have taken my bike if it had not been in storage at the time. McDonald's, they have no bike parking, by the way. Inhabit to buy furniture, after-hours clinics, and all the other businesses in and around the Newtown area. So, to be honest, if these and other businesses in the area want more of my patronage, what I actually need is more, better, secure bike parking and not more car parking. I would never stop at many of these businesses if I'm in my car because it's just too much of a hassle. Only a small number of people benefit from the car parking in this area. In this area, many more people experience as a through route. Hundreds of people take bikes and public transport, while only a few benefit from the existing on-street car park. I am supportive of looking at options for accessible parking for people in our community that require that, but ultimately I think it's more important that we have safer cycling infrastructure than significant amounts of on-street car parking. So we shouldn't have to fear severe injury or death just to ride our bikes. Just the other day I was biking along Adelaide Road and a demolition truck passed so close to me. It was only fortunate that there had been a blank, a couple cars weren't parked along the side that I could swerve into that. Fortunately, my daughter and my son weren't on the bike with me, but that was really, really scary. I know change is scary, but it's also necessary. And I don't need to quote the piles and piles of research and evidence. We know this. It's council officers' job to understand this and communicate this to council. It's not my job to read this research and evidence back to you guys. Improved active transport is a climate issue, it's a public health issue, and it's an accessibility issue. So I encourage council to see through this vision of high-quality, well-connected cycle network, and I encourage businesses to embrace this change. We've consulted on this to death. Please get on with it. Please give us the opportunity to cycle safely. Every day when my husband and I leave on our bike, often with 1 or 2 kids in tow, we always say to each other, please be safe. Can you please help us ensure that we have the infrastructure to be safe? That's it, thanks.
Thank you, and that was very polished. Deputy Mayor Free.
I was going to quickly ask a question just about the connectedness, because I know you're going to Island Bay. Of course, you have to go through Berhampore. Just a general, and I know that's a very dangerous section, but just can you just comment on how important it is to get the connections?
Very important. I mean, I live in the middle of 2 very, increasingly better cycle networks, and it's that lag between Island Bay and Newtown that is the scary part, especially when you're going uphill. So yeah, I mean, please keep doing what you're doing, and then please circle back to Berhampore. What I didn't mention is I live on Adelaide Road. We have no off-street parking. We park our car on the street. I am happy and very willing to give up my convenient park space right in front of my door if that means more people have safe, secure, accessible, active modes of transport.
Thank you very much. That was incredibly helpful, and thank you for showing the way with taking your kids around on your bike.
Yes, thank you.
Appreciate it. Right, now Dr. Sheila Hart from Doctors for Active Safe Transport. A warm welcome to you. Sorry, it's Paul Glover instead.
Hello there. I hope I'm coming through. My logistics have somewhat snarled up. Kia ora koutou. I'm Dr. Paul Glover from, representing Doctors for Active Safe Transport today. And so we're a group of about 150 doctors who support the idea that we should improve health by being able to have a fit and active society that will be encouraged by improved cycleways. Now, I'm aware that this is the first time I'm submitting, but clearly not the first time that you've had submissions on this process and how long it's been going on. And so to some extent, I would take it as read that we all understand the health benefits of having people do active transport. And so the obvious things of cardiovascular health and respiratory and then mental health and reduced cancer rates. However, that safety and health advantages only improve or need the impression of safety, and that's what limits the uptake that we need to help prevent the obesity epidemic that's going on, and also for climate change purposes and the like. And so for me personally, as a cyclist, going to Wellington Hospital, while the quickest route for me would have been Kent Cambridge Terrace and Adelaide Road, I found that so daunting, even as a regular cyclist, that I would go well out of my way and tend to go over Mount Victoria to avoid that area. And so it's clearly well and long overdue, and has been consulted for such a long time that we now come back to the old conundrum. And so there are various, I don't stop when I am not being a doctor or being a cyclist, don't stop being a consumer. And we want our communities, and particularly for smaller shopkeepers, to have people in the area, not cars driving through. And the alternative to cycleways is producing more congestion and more lanes of traffic. So over time, many car parks get taken up by the process of making more lanes for car traffic. And this clearly isn't contributing to people actually shopping. And so we love the vibrant community of Newtown, and that community is enhanced by people who are actually there and then interacting with it. And so we will tend to do that much more when we're out there living in this marvellous Wellington world. And so yeah, I don't think that there's much to fear from the process in reality. And as has been presented, there are countless examples of improvements for shopping, particularly for sort of small scale shop owners. And yeah, furthermore, cycling also has an aspect of equity importance. And so we need to make it safe for all people. And so as I have a disability, I've not been able to actually drive for the last 8 years. And so my main mode of transport is cycling. And with that, it gives me the independence that's useful, and also brings me those health benefits that accrue. Yeah, I'm happy to hand it over for questions.
Thank you very much. That was really helpful. Councillors, any questions? Councillor Rush.
Thank you. Thanks, Paul. Just want to talk a wee bit about the health benefits that you mentioned. And no one's going to dispute that. How long lasting are they once you stop cycling? So I know, for example, I play rugby, I get fit, and then over the summer I get fat and lazy and useless. I'm just wondering, once I stop commuting on my bike, do those sort of health benefits sort of slowly deteriorate and put me back to where I would have been, or do they sustain through into older age?
Oh, yeah, no, health benefits, I think, definitely are a bonus. That, the more you do, the better it is. And so, obviously, you're better off not giving up, but, we each time we do processes to get, better and stronger and fitter, then we do help ourselves. But, of course, the realistic thing that's best, and why being able to commute and make exercise intrinsic in one's day, is that recidivism tends to be a bit less of a problem. And so I found that in a busy lifestyle, the idea of going to the gym, intentions are fantastic, but the reality just so often ends up as something diminished. And whereas you get on your bike in the morning, go to work, and then you finish work and you're tired, but you want to go home. So it's a very therapeutic process. You fit your exercise in. I found an enormous detox of doing it and leaving the work life behind. And by the time you get home, you're a better person. Which, I need it. I'm sure you don't.
Well, thank you very much. You did resonate quite strongly with me about the gym. So cheers.
Thank you.
Thank
you so much, Paul, and really inspiring to hear how you're using your bike to give you freedom. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right, now we've got Brian Main, and we have someone, a real live person. Welcome, Brian.
I'm from Newtown. We own buildings numbers 1, 3 and 5 Ridderford Street. I'm probably the enemy to some of you guys by the look of it. But Dan from Bicycle Junction was one of our tenants for quite a few years, so I guess some of you know him. Anyway, the reason I'm here is because I'm concerned about the effect this will have on the businesses in the area. In 2012, when Countdown came into the area, I've been there for like about 30 years. They took out all the car parking down the west side of the street. Most of those businesses that were there at that time haven't survived. There's a couple, mainly because they owned the shops that they operated out of, so they couldn't easily move, like Laura from Four Seasons Florist. She owns the shop that she's in. After they removed the car parking, her business dropped by 40%. And a lot of them that were along there didn't make it. Some of them that owned the shops ended up actually putting curtains across the front with a kind of bit of a fake display and actually living in them, because it was the only way that they could actually afford to survive there. The other thing that concerns me about this is the lack of consultation. I've got here a notice that was given out to businesses down Adelaide Road, which talks about getting the future, and it doesn't actually say anything in here about what is happening. It talks about making some changes to improve traffic flow. Nowhere in here does it say that you're removing all the car parks in the street and the loading zones. And I mean, we only found out about this about 6 weeks ago, completely by accident. I've never been contacted by Wellington City Council. I've talked to my tenants who said they haven't been. There was some fellow from a place called First Retail who wandered around sometime last year and chatted to some people, but didn't actually say anything about what was happening here. So it was a bit of a shock to discover this, and then to find out that actually we should have been doing something about this like 5 or 6 years ago, because that's when you guys were actually deciding to do all the stuff that we knew nothing about. Just a little reminder from Cycling Action Network on their website states that only 2% of people cycle to work, which seems like a pretty small number. I've read through all the submissions on your website. I think there was like 1,200 of them. About 740 were pro. The form that you used was, well, there was nowhere in there that you could actually say you didn't agree with it, which kind of was a bit like, you know, the old car dealer's trick of, well, do you want the yellow one or would you like the blue one? Come to the office now and we'll sign up. I saw that people who put in submissions against this didn't use your forms. They actually had to create their own paperwork for that. Some of them were quite weighty, like New World in Miramar, foodstuffs for the bottom half of the South Island, business groups from Kilburnie, Karori, Johnsonville and Tawa, who were all putting in submissions against this, all complaining that they could have no interaction with Wellington City Council and were basically being stonewalled. Looking through the submissions, I see there's about 740 submissions for, a lot of them from individuals, some from cycling groups. And doing a rough calculation, I worked out that 0.02% of the Wellington population. So I'm kind of wondering actually what other people think about this, because it seems like you are representing a very tiny minority of the Wellington population and not actually informing people about what this is about. If you look on the website for Wellington City Council, there's nothing on the front page. You have to kind of search through for a very long time and dig quite deeply to actually find any of the pictures of what this is going to be like. The brew house, who's one of our tenants, probably a couple of weeks ago, you started doing some work on the footpath outside the row of shops where we are on the east side. During that time, he said his turnover dropped by 80%. So he's actually now looking for other premises. And I believe Stacks Furniture, which is just down the road, is also looking for other premises and is moving out. I gather this is modelled on Copenhagen, so I went online and looked up photographs of cycleways in Copenhagen, and there's lots of pictures actually, probably 80 to 100. So I had a look. The first thing that struck me is actually there's no pedestrians on the street. Lots of cyclists on bicycles, but no pedestrians. So that seemed rather strange. But then when I looked further, I saw there's actually no storefronts or businesses down the sides of the roads where the cycleways are. The odd sort of little hole-in-the-wall cafe with a couple of chairs on the footpath or something. I've got a friend in Tinakori Road who also has a business there, who's kind of discovered that the same thing is happening there and his car parking's being taken away. He's kind of in the process of looking at how he can wind down his business because he owns the building, and he kind of figures that the building is not going to be a lot of use to anyone after this, but he's talking to real estate agents about how he might be able to sell it.
Ian, we're out of time, so if you could just start winding up, and there is a question from Councillor Rush too.
Yep.
Thank you.
Anyway, I think this is going to ruin people's lives. It's going to ruin families. People are going to lose their businesses. And I'll just bring you to one statistic. Road deaths in New Zealand last year, there was 258 people died on the road. Suicides from people because of the circumstances that have been put in their lives is about 3 times that, 628. This is the sort of pressure you're putting the business people down the cycle route under. Some of them are going to probably lose their families, maybe their houses. They have a mortgage that they take out normally to get funding to open a business. If it fails, they lose their house. So I'd just like you to consider those things in terms of making these decisions. I'm not against cycleways. I think cycleways are great. But if you remove all the parking and access to people's businesses, that's a dangerous thing. Because most businesses in Wellington, you know, Copenhagen, there's about 3,800 people per square kilometre. Wellington, there's about 700. So if you have a business, you have to have a large catchment area to draw people to it. And that includes like all the outer suburbs like Lower Hutt, Pūroro, all those places. I mean,
Brian, we're
all over Wellington.
We're well over time. So, look, thank you very much. And it's been really helpful to listen to you to get another perspective from what some of the other submitters have said. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you. And it's a great area. We do all love it. Right. Eliza Prestige Oldfield, warm welcome to you.
Kia ora, thank you. I'm here today with my little boy Davey. We submitted last year on the Cycle Network Plan, and so Davey was keen to talk again today. We live in Newtown, and Davey, I'll pass over to you if you want to talk, and I can ask you some questions if you forget what you're going to say, so I can help. Okay, I'll start asking questions. What school do you go to, Davey?
I go to Newtown School.
And do you like riding your bike?
I really love it.
Are you able to ride your bike from school to other places?
No, there are a bit too much cars and no cycle lanes yet.
Where would you like to ride after
I'd like
school?
to ride to like the train station, to Papa. It would be very cool.
And what do you enjoy about riding your bike?
I really enjoy that it's like there's fresh air there, and it's like you're not like cramped in a tight space. You're moving. You're like not like trapped in a car.
So it's school holidays starts today, and next week you'll be going to the school holiday program at the zoo, and we'll be biking there. Do you feel safe riding from our house to the zoo in that direction?
It's almost safe. It's just The only scary bit is the cross to like where the zoo is. That's the only scary bit.
But what about riding in the other direction? If we go from our house in the other direction to school, how
I would
that?
do that. It's just, I'd really like if there were like bike lanes there, it would make it much, much easier.
Do you remember last year or the year before last, we did the trial with the spicy curry bike and you rode on the back with me?
Oh, yeah, I remember that. That was really fun. It was like a double-seated bike and you picked me up after school for 3 days. It was very fun.
And when we did that trial, did we stop off sometimes on the bike and go to shops?
We definitely did. It was very fun.
Now, I want you to imagine if there was a bike lane and you were a bit older, a bit more of a teenager. Do you think you might like to ride your bike by yourself sometimes?
100% yes.
Cool. Is there anything else you'd like to say?
No.
No? Yeah. I also just add, my younger boy decided he felt a bit shy about being on Zoom, but he's 6, and sort of to put perspective of how long it's already taken is that when Davey and I submitted last year, our younger one, Ben, couldn't ride a bike yet, and since then he's learnt to ride a bike and he'll be cycling from our house to the zoo for the school holiday program next week as well. But, can't really cycle to that many other places around Newtown because of the traffic. But the kids would really love to be able to cycle, both of them, further afield. And myself too, I've been riding in to work most days, but I don't tend to do that once daylight saving ends because I don't feel safe riding home in the dark. But if cycle lanes were in place, I would feel safe. And also just to reassure the businesses on that route, I mean, people stop off and buy things on a bike, actually much more likely to do that than when driving in a car, because you're going more slowly, you can make the little impulse purchases, and you're more connected to your surroundings. So I don't think this would hurt that little precinct there. I think it would actually improve the business prospects of some of those places because people would be able to stop off and buy things on their commute. Do you want to say anything else?
It's very fun to ride a bike.
Happy to take questions.
Thank you. Davey, can I ask you what year you are at school?
I am year 4 in school.
And do you have future aspirations of being a politician? You're very good.
Don't know what that means, but okay.
I'll get your mum to explain it. Anyway, that was a great submission. Councillors, any questions? Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you both. I think your submission was the highlight submission of my last year. My question is, do you have other friends your age that like to ride bikes, or do you like to visit your friend's house via the bike as well?
Yes, I definitely do.
Cool. And so just to that, are they kind of all in Newtown, or are some of them in Kilburnie, or are some of them in Berempore, or do you have to go on other cycleways to sometimes get to your friends' houses?
It's not, I don't really cycle there because we take the bike in the boot normally because it's like a big drive. And
what about, do you know where Tui's house is in Mount Cook, Davey? That's somewhere that...
Yeah, I could definitely go there.
Yeah. If there was a cycle lane from school to Tui's house, which is where the cycle lane would go, would you ride there?
Yes, I would.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any more? No, well, look, that is wonderful. And Davey, it's just so great to hear kids having their say on this important issue. Really grateful. Right.
Yeah.
And now Yardna Saw. Welcome, Yardna.
Morena councillors, thank you so much for giving us our time to speak. I'm a Newtown resident. I'm born and bred here. I'm a like many others, I'm a cyclist, walker, and car driver and rider, and I also use the public transport, which is very handy through Wellington. So I'm one of these people who uses a combination of things depending on what my task is, how much stuff I have to carry, what the time pressure is, and far and away, every time by living in Newtown and wherever I need to commute, other than say the Hut or Kapiti or other parts of our region, the bike is the fastest and yet the most dangerous form of transport. I was just wanting to pick up the point where another speaker had mentioned the 2018 consultation. And again, one of my children here was part of that consultation. You have something to say. Yaya has gone to school at Newtown and she's at Swiss now. And you've got something to say about cycleways? Yeah, you can just say it. They're good? Okay, great. So she rollerblades to Swiss. So we use all sorts of modes of transport around our area. And one of the main things of living on somewhere like Constable Street is we've had the privilege of understanding its history of how it's evolved. You know, it used to be horse and carts, and then it was trams. And so, and then the problem of developing roads was you had to get rid of all the horse manure. And in the same way, the new pollution or the equivalent could be the emissions from cars. Like our whole front of our house is covered in diesel dust all the time. I have a child with respiratory illnesses. So that's part of moving towards less polluting and more healthy ways of transport. So we support that. The other aspect is that it's really dangerous to walk and cycle in Newtown because we have major roads. The child you just saw here has been hit on a pedestrian crossing when it was a green man. So here in Newtown, when you're a parent, you can't teach your children to cross the road if it's just a great pedestrian green. You have to say, wait and watch for the cars, then you can cross. My other son, when he was a toddler, as toddlers do, run out in front of you when it's your time to cross. He nearly got clipped and I had to yank him back as a car took that corner. Every day when I walk, either to pick up my children from school or to go use one of the many businesses in Newtown, there is, without fail, and I'm not exaggerating, a car that runs through every phase of red lights on Constable Street. So when you talk about design and how we move through space, what I see as when I'm a pedestrian is the privilege that cars are given in the space where we live with children and families, and people who may have mobility issues as well, who who can't move quickly across those pedestrian phases, so that's one particular issue. So when you are putting forward a plan that is going to make safe cycleways, that's really signaling to people of how you're altering our space to make it safer for people. I know that council has made moves to put advanced stop boxes in many high cycle and road areas. In theory, they sound great, but when you're a cyclist and you roll into them, the attitude from cars, from people when they're in that driver's seat, is they don't like being overtaken by a bike. And that's when I got rear-ended by a car at a green light in Newtown from using the advanced stop box, because there's a certain attitude. I don't think car drivers mean to be aggressive. I don't think they mean to want to race me, but because of the way we design our spaces, it does create unnecessary danger. So that's why I'm really in support of any measures that can separate cars out from bikes and pedestrians. I do acknowledge that this will cause significant disruption and stress to businesses in the Newtown area as we move towards this change. And I was wondering if the council can consider any steps to mitigate that or to make that transition easier, if any levers can be pulled to acknowledge that impact on businesses for the short term as some kind of gesture, that good faith gesture to them, to make this transition easier in the short term. Secondly, I'm one of the parent trustees on the Newtown School Board. So in terms of a voice that I carry, our community is really supportive of any measures that are promoting active modes of transport. We consulted with our school community, and there was some concern about the loss of parks, but there has been no objection to the plans that have been presented to the community, and the feedback was really positive about it. As a board, on behalf of our kura, we support the measures to improve safety, efficiency and decarbonisation of travel in our neighbourhood. So we have over 300 students at Newtown, and in turn they have whānau and siblings as well. So we represent quite a huge part of our local community. So thank you so much for the time to speak, and I applaud the council for putting forward these measures. We've been waiting a long time. I have a leaflet from 2008 that was proposing changes for this Newtown area for transport that was looking for these kinds of measures, and I just say go for it.
Thank you very much, Yardna, and I'm really sorry to hear that you've had this experience on the roads too. That's what we're trying to change. Any quick questions? No. Okay, thank you so much. Really appreciate your time. Right, and now Felicity Wong from Wellington's Character Charitable Trust. A warm welcome to you, Felicity.
Kia ora koutou. This morning's submitters have talked about cycling in general, but let's look at the specifics. At the John Street Heritage Shops, there's a topographical pinch point. The hill of Mount Albert, Tangi Te Kio, or Matarangi, behind Government House and the hospital, slopes down on the east side to meet the opposing hill of Mount Pukeahu on the west. The heritage shops at the intersection are in the narrow gap where the waterway from Newtown used to drain towards the harbour, and the oldest shop in all Newtown is there. My first comment is about the heritage buildings which line the transport routes through Newtown. Urban development, intensification, rapid transit and cycleways are major issues for cultural heritage in Newtown. The community has good plans for dealing sensitively with the buildings while making the progress so badly needed. In the case of the John Street Heritage Shops, they need to retain their economic value. The area has a rare concentration of heritage buildings, and some are very old, dating back to the 1870s. There's always been a wide variety of building types and uses, and I want to shout out to heritage building owners in Wellington generally who spend money on making this place great. In Urmila's case, economic survival means retaining short-stay convenience parking near her store. Small independent shops are the character of Newtown. It is celebrated for its diversity and inclusivity. Closing down independent stores in heritage precincts for the benefit of cyclists is not a win-win. It's a lose-win. Please look at the win-win. I'm a blind cyclist, and the locals have good ideas about solutions. There will be, a safe cycling network in Wellington. There's strong and enduring political support for that, and it's now in the long-term funding plan, the bike network plan, and it has central government support through Waka Kotahi funding. Cyclist frustrations broke out last year with tactical urbanism resulting in concrete planter boxes being placed on the Brooklyn Hill in a citizen-initiated illegal pop-up cycleway. Council's response was to move quickly towards putting cycleways in and consulting about the specifics later. Today is about the specific counter-frustration with that new approach. When people's specific livelihoods and life needs are threatened, they also take action, and we saw a bit of that with the Wellington protests a month ago. Let's Get Wellington Moving's consultation report, released this week, showed the city is divided about the fundamental transport goal. Is it to reduce vehicle access or to improve it? Today's specific problem is part of that broader conflict on how to get cyclists safely through the narrow heritage gap with lots of buses and cars. Almost all Australian cities address that problem through neighbourhood planning processes. Large new infrastructure projects like cycleways engage the community in the search for solutions. It's the contemporary way of just getting a better outcome when you include the community in creating specific solutions for safe access and travel. Neighbourhood planning for Newtown was defeated in a council vote last October, and I asked councillors to reconsider it in light of the concrete bollard approach that frustration gives rise to. Taking a localist approach is the best way to solve local problems together, and it gives local politicians the opportunity to shine. It's incredible that Wellington City Council ignored the John Street Protocol, under which it agreed to consult local businesses. 6 weeks' notice is unacceptable for people losing livelihoods, and pedestrian safety measures were demolished 2 weeks ago on this specific spot, trading off cyclist safety for pedestrian safety. Too weird. A final comment, please get better at cost-benefit climate accounting. 500 extra cyclists per day will do nothing for the city's climate accounting when it releases a tiny amount of carbon under the ETS for alternative uses like driving. Please give better advice to councillors about the climate implications. Thank you very much. Kia ora.
Thank you, Felicity. A useful perspective. Any questions? So I'm going to ask a question as a heritage and a climate advocate. Climate change is a serious threat to cultural heritage, as you know. So, I mean, what is your actual solution to try and reduce those emissions, given that we know that most of them come from transport? You've given that statistic, but it would be helpful just to have that thinking fleshed out.
Yeah, I see repeated in briefings to council that 34% of Wellington's emissions come from transport, which is true. Largely, those emissions come from the operation of the port and the airport. Cycling through Newtown is going to make a zero impact, even with rapid transit. You're not looking at the real drivers of Wellington's climate emissions and taking real big steps. Now, I'm a cyclist, and I also do it for climate reasons. It's kind of virtue signalling, I suppose. I feel good about it. I'm, able to cycle because I'm not in such a big hurry, I suppose. So cycling is a good thing, but make no mistake, cycling will not reach carbon zero, which is something that I personally am very committed to having. Yeah, just be honest.
Okay, thank you. That was helpful. We're going to have further discussions. Right, and now I'd like to welcome Scott Dudley from Capital City Cars. Warm welcome to you.
Thank you. Apologies if I come across a bit nervous in front of a crowd.
It's fine, we don't bite.
Sure. I guess one of the main reasons I've sort of come along today is around the consultation that was mentioned earlier. We, again, were told from someone from First Retail several months ago that all the businesses along the planned route were going to be consulted. As per the permissions that I think Āmua's made and our own experience, that this certainly hasn't happened. We were then told by a couple of people that had visited us from the council that there was actually no plan to have a consultation at all, which sort of was conflicting from what we'd heard originally. And that only tweaks would be made once the project was already implemented, not allowing or accounting for any feedback at all. So I'm just sort of wondering, why was it not considered to consult those that would ultimately be the most affected in terms of the business owners along Adelaide Road and obviously Ridford Street? So surely there needs to be further conversation with the business community, as we are the ones that have to bear the costs and the loss of access to our businesses for our customers and suppliers. Therefore, having a lot more on the line than others that have been able to have their views heard and acted upon. Now, in terms of actual rather than perceived disruption of our businesses, when Fulton Hogan recently started commencing works on the corner of Adelaide Road and Hospital Road, most of the available car parking was taken away. It was coned off, obviously, for the safety of them to perform the tasks they needed to. During that time frame, we experienced over a 50% drop in our sales, something that's completely unsustainable. I mean, no business can afford to absorb that sort of loss long term. The concerning thing is where does this leave us once all car parks are removed, and what can be done to mitigate these impacts? In recent weeks from councillors, we've had contact from Bree in terms of regarding deliveries and loading zones and parking, which although sort of may look good on paper, in terms of the practical realities, just won't be effective. Having loading zones based at long distances from businesses means blocking access to footpaths for pedestrians when receiving large bulky deliveries, as ourselves and many other businesses around us receive on a daily basis, some multiple times a day. with the footpath being used by the elderly, school children, and those from the Blind Foundation just down the road, who are quite often seen walking up and down Adelaide Road, obviously using canes. To me, there needs to be a better solution. So, again, coming from a car dealer, this can come across as sort of probably one that obviously, that sort of might be very anti, in itself, not against cycle lanes. It's the removing of all parking and access for everyone, and not just suiting the cyclists themselves, but obviously the rest of the population. And I guess sort of the other thing that sort of occurred when I was thinking about it was what's happened in Island Bay and the cycleway there, and the millions of dollars being spent to rectify problems, whereas if there'd been a full consultation process in the first place, that money would only have to be spent once. Surely lessons could have been learned. The other concern I had was with the way that the roading project's been designed. So with removing all the car parks, you're going to have cars continually wanting to come in and out of the driveways, or for the little access that the businesses will have to come in and out. What happens then when the car leaves that premises is that, do they block the driveway to get access to the road, or do they block the cycle lane to be able to, in terms of letting themselves out? So there's real sort of concerns there along safety, for including cyclists, pedestrians, and motorists, potentially having to cross footpath, cycle lane, bus lane, car lane to get into the other side of the road in terms of the direction that they're travelling. And then the other thing that we've been told numerous times is the amount of cycle movements along Adelaide Road. These seems to be misquoted from the website when you look at the council's own figures. We've heard figures of 900 cycle movements a day. When you go on the website, it's 450 in peak times, and that's already accounting for a there and back cross, not then a doubling to account for a there and back thing, and that's reiterated by the graph that's underneath it that shows the hourly amount of cyclists that are using the paths. So I think that's something else that needs to be looked at. And that's all I had. Any questions?
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Condi, then Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. Thanks for coming in. I was just wondering, where's the nearest loading zone to your business now, and where will the nearest loading zone be to your business after the proposed changes?
Well, at the moment, a lot of the deliveries can sort of park directly outside the yard to access, so that's for us and other business around us. From what I understand, I think there's some research being done. The closest will be 80 metres away, which again, with palletised product and the size of the footpaths, just create barrier, because the last thing you want is, I guess, is for couriers to be coming down a road with a pallet of, there's a printer next door to us, a pallet of palletised paper, and people having to step off or sort of into a cycle lane with potential, mishaps there.
Councillor Calvert.
Thank you for coming in. If you had a magic wand,
sure,
what would you suggest that we as a council, given the issues that you've raised about consultation and engagement, what do you think we should be doing right here and now?
Well, again, no objection to the cycle lane, and for the safety of those. There's obviously sort of incidents that have occurred, and no one wants to see anyone get hurt. My issue sort of in the meantime and for going forward would be the reallocation of the 24-hour bus lane to one that isn't off peak, sort of between like 9 and 3, where most deliveries could be done. You have temporary car parking and a mixture of loading zones along that space, and then during peak hours, it does become a dedicated bus lane. From what we physically see on sort of the amount of buses that drive past during the day, there's very little patronage on them at this stage. That may well change in the future, but at this stage, it just doesn't seem like it's required. So if we go for like a step-by-step process and bring everyone along with us, rather than sort of just a complete cut and all access.
So there's room for compromise.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Free.
Oh, mine was sort of similar to what you've already said, actually. I was just asking at what sort of times of the day is it convenient for you to have deliveries, and is there any flexibility around that?
Yeah, sure, and certainly during those off-peak hours, like there's obviously a dedicated bus lane down Adelaide Road now, obviously on one side between 7 and 9, the other one between 4 and 6. and everyone sort of works well around that, and sort of has done for years now. And obviously the deliveries have been allocated around those times. But I think, to be fair, I was speaking to Āmua about the proposal for the one for her being between 7 p.m. and 7 a.m. I mean, no one's going to make deliveries between those hours of the day.
Great, thank you very much. And look, really useful perspective, so thank you for giving up your time.
Cool, thank you.
Thank you. Right, now finally, Max Leinig. Have I got the pronunciation right?
Very close. It's Olinik.
Olinik. I'm going to write that down. Thank you.
Thank you. Good try. Well, thank you very much for having me. I am a resident of Melrose, just over the hill from Newtown. And my family and I moved back to New Zealand at the end of 2020 following a tumultuous year living in New York City. We were incredibly relieved to be back in the safety of Wellington, and for our then 6-year-old son to be able to go back to school after 8 months at home with me and my wife, and not playing with another child for that entire period. As well as relieving, the experience of being back in New Zealand was strangely traumatic. Though the country had been through a full-on lockdown, there was a feeling of things being back to normal. Masks were a rarity, and post-COVID was a term used in the present tense. I remember having to edit it out of videos for my work at DIA when people were making comments about things because we go into another lockdown. After the terror that we had been through and the things that we had seen, we lived over the road from a funeral home in Brooklyn. It felt strange to be back in this normal environment. And after being locked in for so long, it was difficult to get used to being able to go wherever we wanted. Our son was very reluctant to go outside unless we forced him to, and he had become very shy and withdrawn. The turning point for us when we're Bicycle Junction, the shop, has been mentioned a couple of times this morning, offered a free trial of a cargo e-bike through Fred's school in Newtown. It was a genius piece of marketing because after the allocated few days with the amazing machine, we were very sad to give it back, and we were trying to figure out how we could possibly afford to buy one. After a bit of arm twisting, my son Fred climbed aboard, and he became addicted to riding on the back of the bike. He would whoop and squeal as we cruised down the hills and continually ask me how fast we were going. We were able to ride up and over the 45-degree hill we live on, making the school drop-off run an adventure to look forward to, rather than a daily process that resembled a hostage negotiation. Following drop-off at Newtown School, I was able to continue on my way into work at Te Tare Tai Whenua, DIA, off Molesworth Street in town. Instead of the usual 45 minutes to an hour I could expect to spend on a bus, the trip took 15 minutes tops. The same applied to the trip home. It was amazing. The stretch that we're discussing here, following Newtown School along Ridderford Street, definitely would be a bit hairy, depending on the time of day, and a little bit disorienting. I was never sure really where I was supposed to be, and I was glad not to have Fred on the back for that point. We've since invested in one of these e-bikes and we use it every day. I was a bit worried that the novelty would have worn off, but my son is still a huge fan and often insists we take the e-bike, even if it is raining and I want to drive the car. We have since had another addition to our family and have a child seat to add to the bike any day now. As well as a local resident ratepayer and parent, I am also the president of the Wellington Skateboarding Association. Though I prefer to use my skateboard for recreation rather than transport, I am aware of a significant group of Wellingtonians who use skateboards, often motorised ones, to get around. And I think the addition of a bikeway would be a huge boon for them as well. Cycling is not only good for physical health, it is hugely beneficial to our mental health. I look forward to my daily commute, and I look forward to it being a safer experience in the future. I've lived in cities that are more bicycle friendly in the past, Melbourne and New York, where cycleways run through like veins and the landscape is unimaginable any other way. But of course, this is the result of great commitments to cycleway infrastructure in the past. Similarly, businesses that are there have have had to grow, adapt and thrive in keeping with a changing world. I hope Wellington can follow in these great cities' footsteps. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Max. Very useful perspective around skateboarding. Right, any questions, councillors? Oh, Councillor Rush, thank you.
Thanks, Max. Much appreciated. Just on your last point, we've just heard from a business who said that when the car parks were inoperative for a short period, they lost 50% of their income. And this individual was a landlord of 3 properties. We heard from a previous speaker of who's a landlord of 3 properties with inside knowledge about some of the businesses looking to shut down. So what do you say to those people?
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate that perspective, and I'm by no means an expert or holding the statistics, but I have seen businesses evolve and adapt over the years in different places I've lived in, and I believe that there's several factors in play here, especially over the last few years, and even though I may have played down the effect of COVID on New Zealand, I think it's been huge, and it's also not something that we're going to come back to normal from. The landscape's forever changed. So businesses will have to adapt to changing conditions, whether it's parking spots or people working from home more, or I don't know. These parking spots are crucial to the running of the businesses as they are, but I believe that businesses can adapt and thrive. And they're like for the last speaker, there should be some sort of compromise that should be made rather than completely writing off the idea of a cycleway.
Thank you. Councillor O'Neill? Oh, no, we don't need to. And Councillor Foon, thank you.
Kia ora, Max. Ngā mihi for your kōrero this morning. I guess what the petition is actually asking council to halt works. In your view, should we, as a council, considering all the constituents, halt, delay or action? What do you think would be the best thing to do in this case?
To continue work on the cycleway, I think it's going to happen at some point. And I think that this is a very necessary process to have this consultation. I lived in Lyell Bay a few years ago when there was a lot of talk about the putting in of the cycleway up the hill there, and local businesses were worried about the parking spots being taken away, having effects on their business. I see Kilbirnie as a much more healthy and the businesses seem to be thriving even more than they were before these parks were taken away. I don't know. I'm not an expert, but I would recommend to continue with the work.
Thank you very much. And again, a big thanks to all public participants for sharing your perspective. I think that will really help us with our decision making today. And I hope you have a great and safe Easter break. Right. Look, councillors, I was thinking about taking a short morning tea break, but you really do need one now. Okay. Look, petitioners, I'm sorry, we are just going to take a short 10-minute break. Is that all right, Councillor Condi? That will be okay. And then we will hear you, making sure that we can listen with full concentration. So I think the morning tea for the petitioners will be in the other room, or I'll bring a plate in. And then if councillors can just get some refreshments, but we've just got to manage with the petitioners, okay? So if you can come back, councillors, at 11 o'clock, just a bit past 11, that would be great. Thank you. I appreciate our submitters have got a busy day ahead of them. So I'd now like to welcome Urmila Bana to come and speak to her petition. A warm welcome, Urmila.
Thank you.
Yep, yes, please.
Madam Chair, thank you for allowing me to speak to the committee today in support of the petition that is, in essence, seeks to retain the existing short stay car parking and loading zone servicing the businesses along the short section of Adelaide Road and Ridderford Street. My name is Urmila Bana. I am here to represent my family who own general grocer business. I also have the support of other business owners in our precinct and their approval to air their concerns on the proposed cycleway. My neighbours and I consider our businesses will be seriously impacted by the proposed removal of car parking and loading zone. This action will undermine our ability to earn a living and enable us to support our families in what are tough times. We contend that we were not consulted in the way that is alluded to in the committee agenda, and as a consequence, we're never given the opportunity to give feedback or to comment on the proposed cycleway until the works were almost underway. I am upset, as are many others, that we were not allowed to exercise our democratic rights or to be consulted and have input at an early stage in the proposal. Without being given the opportunity to have our say as a group of affected parties, we, the hard-working business owners, deserve and have the right to expect better from our council. The lack of consideration shown to us until late in the process is distressing enough, but then to be told by council officers that this proposal was being fast-tracked to speed up the introduction of the cycleway and proceed with works as soon as possible. Their advice that there is a pinch point at this location and that this was to be a temporary measure to assess the pros and cons of the cycleway along the stretch of Ridderford Street. However, later in the same conversation, we were told it would be permanent. My question, how can you all honestly do something temporary knowing that you can avoid the need to follow what is the expected democratic process when in fact knowing it is to be a permanent feature? Surely, as citizens, our expectation of their elected representatives is we can be assured that they will act with absolute impartiality in all council matters that support the ratepayers of the city and not just one vocal sector. My belief in the Kiwi way of a fair go for everyone has taken a serious knock with regards to this process. To me and the other business owners, the way this project has been delivered has left us in disbelief. In the cynical way the council has behaved in its desire to fast-track the cycleway has left us disappointed. The process came across as devious, that our council...
Ms Bana, can I just ask you just to be careful around your use of language, and we do ask that submitters are respectful. Thank you.
That our council, who profess to be open, transparent and democratic, has adopted a methodology that has inflicted unwarranted stress on us at this difficult time in the retail sector to achieve what is an outcome that excludes key stakeholders affected by the proposal, including traders, delivery and transport supply personnel. No disrespect to the officers, however, contrary to Machiavelli's beliefs in the situation, the end does not justify the means, particularly when the result will render our businesses no longer viable and prevent us from being able to support our families. In a 3-week period when works were undertaken on the footpath outside our stores, barricading access to parks and the loading zone, most affected businesses suffered 30, 40 and 90% drops in turnover. Our margins are small and our hurdles put in place that affect our ability to do business can have a negative impact on our incomes. The agenda mentions the officers have worked hard over the lengthy period on this project and have tried hard to come up with alternative solutions to mitigate the loss of the short stay parking and loading zone. While this is laudable on our part, they are all easy 11th hour options, options that will just not work for the nature of the businesses in this precinct. I doubt the officers realise or have worked over 30, 40 years building up a business in this area and felt the pressures and difficulties of giving the residents of Newtown and others a choice of when and where they shop. We have the competitive and flexible in meeting the needs of our diverse community. Although it is hard work, it is equally satisfying to be part of the heritage area. In my discussion with many business owners of Newtown South and Adelaide Road, there is a growing concern the removal of short stay car parking and relocation of loading zones will have the same negative impact on the viability of their businesses going forward. Please know that there is a genuine angst in the community that what is proposed will have a devastating effect on the culture, heritage, and vitality of this character part of our city. A further question: why does Jackson Street and Hutt prosper and grow with businesses supported with relatively short stay car parking? It accommodates cyclists, motorists, and regular well-used bus service. If this can be done in a busy, narrow street 7 days a week without any impediment to hard-working business owners, why not here in Newtown? As a graduate in mathematics and statistics, my inquiries to various government entities disclose the information on cycling accidents provided by the officers to be at odds with my findings, with the figures of cycling accidents overstated. My plea on behalf of the business owners in our precinct is sincere and not meant as anti-cyclists. But please, councillors, support my petition and defer all works on cycleways in the city and allow more time for consultation and research that delivers a win-win outcome for all parties. Thank you for listening, and I will try to respond to any questions you may have, and so will our team.
Thank you very much, Āmua, and I really appreciate all the work that you're doing to consult with the other business owners and the work you do in this lovely part of the city. Councillor Condi.
Thanks, Āmua. Thanks for taking the time to come today, and obviously your support crew as well. Thank you, acknowledging that you've taken the time to come today. I guess my question is, if we were to extend or delay this and do more consultation, what changes do you think that could be made to the design that haven't already been made?
Okay, what I'm thinking is let's give a cycle priority in one of those lanes coming through our very short section of the intersection, where our store is at number 7, right down to Child Cancer Foundation, is actually a car, bus, whatever containment area. It's actually a rectangle which stops traffic and holds it till it moves on to the next part of the intersection. It's actually quite a safe area. At the moment it's been unsafe because the footpath extension got removed and a child just about got killed within 2 days of that removal. What we're saying is if we can slow down the traffic in that area, have a bike priority during peak times, or whatever we can negotiate, allow the short stay parking, allow the loading, and just keep the area safe as it is. It's a functional intersection. We just need to make it a bit more safer. And I think slowing down there and having a cycle priority would make it absolutely safe.
Just to make sure I'm understanding you correctly, I'm going to repeat back. So I think what you're saying is you would like to see through that section essentially a part-time cycleway, a cycleway that's only there at peak times. Am I understanding you correctly?
What I'm saying is that I'd like a cycle priority in the left-hand lane, maybe, if I had a choice, all day, and leave the short stay car parks and loading zone there. And be it cycle priority, we want cycles in Wellington, just not the solution.
Thank you. Councillor Calvert.
Thank you, Āmua, for coming in. With some of the other speakers, and one speaker, I did ask, is there opportunities to compromise and find other solutions or for part of that route, and would the businesses be willing to work with our officers on that?
Absolutely. I mean, that's been the issue from the beginning. No consultation means that you're causing an angst in a large business community. And don't forget, we're residents as well. And so if we're actually included, and this is a lot of the Residents Association believe this, if you include the whole community, you'll get a really good win-win solution. And my petition isn't against cyclists. If you actually read what it says, we just want a win-win for everybody. And at the moment, excluding people from having their say and including their suggestions is disrespectful.
One of the things, Urmila, we've been hearing is that, there's been a lot of engagement over the last 2 to 3 years, so people should know about what was coming.
My response to that is the concept has been bandied around, but because the businesses have been left out of the picture and not communicated with, we've never had a say until things get put on the ground. And the devil's actually in the detail. If we were actually part of the journey, we would have got a better solution and not this one.
Thank you.
Condi, you wanted another question? Oh, okay. No, I'm being a little bit relaxed. Deputy Mayor.
Urmila, thank you for coming in and thank you for everybody. And I'm really interested in your feedback on this question. The officers have proposed that the loading zone bay that you've got there now would only be from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. Do you think there's room for that time to be extended a little bit? Or a middle of the day option to be included, and would that help?
I think this is where business should be consulted, because freight comes from all over New Zealand. We're getting freight in from Whakatane, Bay of Plenty, Auckland. I can't say, little Mr. Truck Driver, can you bring your truck in at this particular time? It's not going to happen. The motorways have accidents. Anything can slow those guys down. We've had deliveries 8 hours later than expected, so I can't say let's have a specific time, but what I can say is leave it as it is and put a better solution through that intersection. One of those options is perhaps if there's too much traffic down that intersection, it's going to the hospital. Has any survey actually been done to see how many vehicles are going into the hospital and perhaps shunting it down Hospital Road? Because that's where it's gone.
Okay.
Thank you.
No more questions. All right. Thank you again for all the work. You've got heaps of signatures. I think it's 1,200 if you count all the petitions. And thank you again to all the support people that you've got with you. Really appreciate that. And you can now go into another room to continue watching the debate. What we're going to do is just allow councillors to grab something to eat and drink. Sorry, because that will now be sorted. And then what we're going to do is go to questions of officers, and then we'll go into debate. Thank you again very much. We really appreciate it.
I hope you save our livelihoods.
I'd like to welcome Bree Peters and Claire Pascoe to answer any questions. Councillors, do you have any questions? Oh, sorry, Claire. I'll start with one. Can you just go through the process that you've gone through to meet the needs of the local business owners, which many of us have been concerned about, that they can get the access by operators to their businesses? Thank you.
Yeah, so I guess more recently when we've got into the operational technical issues, so remembering, I guess, that in November, which was 2 months after the project got approved to go, that was a very initial phase of engagement. So that was the reference to First Retail going out and really just introducing the project was coming. At that stage, we didn't have any designs to talk about, so we didn't actually know what the changes to the streets were going to be. When we did have that design developed is when we started talking more directly with them. And it was relatively quickly acknowledged that that loading zone removal in the short stay car parks was where a lot of the tension was. And so the team in the last couple of months has been working on all the options for relocating that loading zone. And so there's been multiple conversations with that group of businesses about the options that have been investigated. I think there were 8 in the end, some of which were traffic modelled to look at the impacts on congestion of that really, really busy corner. And a lot of it involved negotiations with the DHB, which is where we were looking to place the relocated loading zone on their land. So as we got into the detail around that, I guess that's where the regular communication has been once the design was there. And we've been working through trying to negotiate that relocated site, which came through a couple of weeks ago as the preferred site.
Have any idea of how many hours or how many meetings you've done? Because I just want to draw out that a lot of effort has been put in.
Yeah, haven't really kept track. It would be hundreds across the team. We've at points had 4 or 5 people working on this from the consultant design team that have been iterating design option over design option. We've had the signals engineers that have been reviewing the impacts. We've had the traffic modellers looking at the impacts of the different times of day on that loading zone. Our engagement staff that have been working, the project manager, me, Vita, Liam. Yeah, I'd say upwards of 100 hours on it.
Okay, thank you very much. Right, Councillor Fitzsimons. Young. Right, we're going to have to take a... Councillor Fitzsimons.
Yeah, thanks. Can you just tell me about the discussions with the DHB and with Countdown and any enforceable legal undertakings or agreements that have arisen as a result?
Yeah. So the DHB are really supportive of this project, and they, as you will probably know, have a travel action plan which is looking to halve the number or double the number of walking, cycling and public transport trips to the hospital, and this is a really big part of enabling that to happen. We had looked at 2 separate sites that are on their land. One is back by the blood bank at the end of Hospital Road, and the other is just around the corner from the John Street shops at the entrance to the hospital, and we had been talking with them about those 2. The blood bank location was complicated because they lease it out. It's under lease agreements to those businesses who are in long-term lease agreements, so that we weren't able to use that site. But the one around the entrance is the one that they have helped us locate. So that involved them moving their hoardings, which were part of the Children's Hospital, back, which they did last week to free up that space. And on Monday we went down there and just confirmed that a truck can actually pull in there and make that turnaround to come back out again. I think it's an additional 40 metres away from the current loading zone, and it'll be available at all times of the day. And that's as a trial with the DHB. They've also agreed for us to use the land by the blood bank, which is a smaller site, for additional bike parking. So we're just formalising the licence agreement for that land to provide additional bike parking at the moment.
Great. So that kind of was my question, really. So there's a lease for additional bike parking there.
Yeah.
What's the arrangement with the loading zone? Do we have a legally enforceable right to use that, or is it just part of the trial and that'll be the direction you go in if it's confirmed? How does that sit?
My understanding of this is we will have an agreement that it is a trial and that we'll be testing it. So I actually can't 100% confirm if we are formalising the lease agreement now for that site, or we will be having a more informal agreement that we test and formalise later down the track. So I'd need to follow that up. But we will certainly have a lease agreement for that bike parking site.
Cool. Okay. So that would be good if you could follow that up and get back to us on that. That would be great. The other thing I was going to ask is just paragraph 24 of the report. And I want to start by saying I acknowledge that officers have, I've actually felt really supported by officers during this process, and it did sort of need to come to a bit of a head before that happened. But I know our officers have been subjected to some pretty difficult conversations and some pretty full-on stuff. But so I want to, start by acknowledging that, but then asking just about para 24 of the paper, where officers acknowledged that they could have been better at communicating the change to businesses in Newtown, and just sort of tell me about what that better look like, but more importantly, what it would mean for the next time that we're doing this.
Yeah, so the council passed the green light to start these projects in September, and November is when we were at that point a team of 2, and we had so we were using First Retail to go and have those initial conversations. The key thing that we've learned is that between the time that they had that initial engagement in November and when we started again in February, that was too long of a gap between that initial visit that First Retail, which was really about establishing the relationship, collecting the database of ways to contact the businesses, and then when the actual more regular direct communication came from us, which wasn't until February. And the unfortunate thing, I guess, that we've learnt in this project is the enabling works, which we had that came out of this accelerated process, that to make it accelerated, we were going to have to do a few small minor tweaks along the corridor that put us in good stead to then roll it out in April. And they did, I guess they sort of caught us by surprise, but also understandably they caught the businesses by surprise. So we actually were in there giving them notice about those small minor tweaks like the curb build out in advance of our sort of regular communication about the whole route. And so that's definitely a major learning for us. And next time, the gap between the initial meet and greet, something's happening, and then the more regular project updates, even if we don't have designs, but to take through, I guess, the optioneering of what's been discounted and why is where we'll focus our communication effort. And the other thing is really just to get a clearer idea sooner of if any enabling works are required, making sure we've got specific communications well in advance about those minor preparation works before the route so that they're not the first thing people hear.
Thanks. And just finally, I want to just outline what I think has happened with the public parks and Countdown, and get you to confirm whether it's also your understanding, because Councillor Foon and I are bringing an amendment to require compliance with an agreement. But anyway, this is my understanding of what happened. When the resource consent for the Countdown supermarket occurred, one of the conditions was that 200 parks be available to the public. And I understand that there was an objection to that from Countdown, and there was a side agreement for 20 parks to be available to the public. And council officers, when communicating with businesses in Newtown, have advised them that there would be these public parks available in the Countdown supermarket, with a view to seeing that as some relief for the removal of the parks for this bike lane. My understanding is, and this is just what I want you to confirm because I don't want to surprise councillors with the amendment. So my understanding is that Countdown hasn't complied with that agreement that 20 parks are provided, and that currently only 6 are provided, and that we have an ability to enforce that 20 are provided for the public at Countdown, and that we should do that. Is that a fair summation of, briefly, I suspect, I've missed out important details, but is that a fair summation of what officers understand has occurred here.
Yeah, I'll hand over to Liam, but that's my understanding of it.
Yeah, that's correct, through you, Madam Chair. So there's an agreement signed that requires the provision of those parks, and that was based on an agreement that resulted from the resource consent. And so we'll take that up with Countdown directly.
Thank you. And just Chair and councillors, I will shortly be sending you an email of documents that I intend to table which outline this agreement and also the objection decision to the resource consent, so that they're on the public record and the community can see what's possible here. Thanks.
Thank you. I think that would be very helpful. Councillor Young.
So thank you. So I just came back to this parking in the hospital. So the hospital parking is a major source of revenue for the hospital. Would these parks, so am I clear and am I right in thinking that some of these parks, some of the SAM will be for parking for people going to the shops in the hospital? Sorry, some of the space in the hospital is for people going to the shops. Is that correct?
Yes, so the CCDHB has made available 30 additional car parks that are at the back of the Children's Hospital, and those have a 20-minute free before the paid parking kicks in, and they have said that those can be available for those Ridderford North shop users to use.
Okay, thank you. So the other thing is, so the Newtown community has been very proactive in, working, come up with solutions for planning for the whole spatial plan, district plan, that kind of thing. Did you at any stage, did the officers at any stage work with the Newtown community to try and come up with a community-based solution for the cycleway?
We visited the Newtown Residents Association back in November, and then I think more recently as well. The design process that these projects have gone through has been focused on, technical expertise, because we're working on very constrained corridors. We're actually quite limited in the options, and so I guess one of the things we've been wary of is inviting a lot of design input when we're working in a very constrained environment, and also wanting to make sure that we're meeting national best practice standards. So we did receive about over 1,000 pieces of feedback on the design, including groups that we thought like the cycling group, the Living Streets Aotearoa, accessibility, but it wasn't that same process where I guess a lot of community design feedback comes in, because we were aware that at this accelerated pace we were likely to disappoint a lot of the feedback that comes in that is out of scope of this type of transitional project. One thing I would note is that once it's in, that is where we will be going through kind of a more participatory method to get feedback from that wider community, and there's a real focus on them being able to provide that feedback based on actual experience rather than plans, which can be quite tricky and impenetrable for the public to understand.
Yeah, I guess, the concern of the businesses is that by the time you get to that stage of consulting them, their businesses will no longer be viable. That is the issue for them, isn't it?
Yeah, Councillor, I think you can leave that for your speech.
I'm not really planning to speak. I just want to go to bed, actually.
We might, or you could rephrase it as a question. Do you feel this plan actually undermines business vitality and viability?
Well, no, because I know the answer to that. It's just. Are the officers aware how concerned the businesses are they won't be able to survive the trial period?
We definitely are aware of those concerns. We're also aware that there are a range of opinions and that there are multiple businesses that have expressed support for this and that are looking at the benefits that it can bring. So we work with it every day. We absolutely understand the concerns, but I guess we're also hoping that through our conversations about where it's going, the businesses have an opportunity to adapt and make the most of what we hope can be, more customers. At the end of the day, there's, I think, 3 or 4 car parks outside there, and we hope that we can provide a lot more access to those shops than those 3 or 4 car parks.
Okay, well, as I said, I want to go to bed. I won't ask any more questions. Thank you.
Have a good rest. Thank you. Councillor Rush.
No, I'm not going to bed yet.
Oh, when you do, Councillor, right.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Claire, I guess putting my legal hat on, and I suppose building on what Councillor Young just said, the changes that are proposed in this trial period are actually more or less permanent. So I'm a bit confused as to how we're not going through the traffic resolution process and instead using a TMP process. It seems like we're fudging it a wee bit in order to scare off the opposition. Have we got strong legal advice on that we are compliant with the NZTA guidelines and the handbook and the code of conduct?
Beth.
I'll hand this to Beth.
Kia ora, Councillor Rush. Ugh, I always do that. Look, the compliance in our view is not in relation to NZTA guidance, but it's our statutory obligations under the Local Government Act, and under the 1974 Act, Schedule 11, Council has an ability to conduct experimental diversions of road, which is what this is. That is being supported by, as I understand, quite significant stakeholder engagement and also consultation previously. In terms of any permanent changes, those will be done through traffic resolution process, which obviously has a consultation period as well with oral submissions.
Thanks, Beth. I did see something in NZTA. I think it's the tactical urbanisation handbook in draft, which suggested that that's an interpretation, it's a fair one, but it is one that is applied, I suppose, situation to situation. And I'm just wondering in what situation would that old legislation not apply to the installation of a trial cycleway?
Look, I think, we've looked at this issue quite a few times actually, including through the first lockdown, Councillor Conde may remember, and it is done on a case-by-case basis, and we do need to make sure that that is happening, but, our team has been heavily involved in this issue, and they are very confident that that is exactly what is happening here. The guidebook is exactly that, a guidebook. We are governed by the legislation, and we're confident that we're meeting those requirements.
Can you just answer, Claire, the other part of Sean's question? Sorry, because so the thing like the pedestrian build out, you can put that back in, right? So it is temporary and you can take the sticky things away and...
Yeah. So we have two powers to make changes to streets, TMPs and traffic resolutions. Traffic resolutions are used, as you know, when you're making changes to restrictions around parking in particular. Things like curb build outs don't require actually either of those. You need a TMP to do the roadworks to put it in, but because it's not changing any of the sort of regulatory framework of the street, it doesn't need to be having any regulatory change behind it. So the TMP, there will actually be two TMPs for these projects. One is to install the works, so there'll be a traffic management plan that is part of the roadworks to put it in, and then there'll be a traffic management plan that provides the regulatory kind of enforcement abilities for the design once it's in there. And in terms of it being permanent, it is intentionally being built with adaptable materials in the same way that Brooklyn Hill was. So I guess those tweaks like the curb build out and moving the mast arms to the side at the traffic lights, those are more permanent changes, but they're really changes that are probably inevitable in those corridors anyway and don't require those traffic resolutions. But the ones that actually require the legal framework are being used with using adaptable materials that we can tweak like we have with Brooklyn Hill.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Rush, have you got more questions?
Yeah, I suppose so. I just...
Well, not that I'm encouraging you.
Yes. I guess, when we sort of approved the network plan and the work that was done in November, there wasn't any real data collected on the effect on businesses, and I'm just wondering, is that something that we might try and address next time? Because it really does go to cost benefit, I suppose, that if businesses are going to pack up and go and maybe be replaced by others, who knows? But, is that something that we can think about for the future?
Yes, definitely. And I would say that's a really big reason that we're using this TMP process is to help us gather evidence. It's very hard to have national data when often these cycleways don't get to a point where they're in to collect the data. And so one of the things that we are tracking using market view data is the EFTPOS transactions in the district, like we did with Thorndon Quay as well. So we will be able to track business activity. From what we can find around the country, we've got examples of street improvements that prioritise walking and cycling having benefits to businesses. Obviously, it's hard during the roadworks. We acknowledge that. But the impacts afterwards are positive. We can't find any examples in the country of negative impacts of businesses after these types of street changes are made. I just found a report from Scotland yesterday which had done a massive search of literature, and they found evidence of a positive impact on businesses and no evidence of a negative impact. But the reality is until we get these things in and have the ability to gather some data, it's really hard to have that, our own New Zealand data. But we will be tracking that as part of the project evaluation.
And what's the latest? Last time we talked about this, I asked for the data on Brooklyn, and it could not be provided or wasn't available. Have you got that data now? Has there been an uptick on use?
Sorry, I don't have that information at hand, but we can track that down and get back to you.
Okay. Just one other thing, it's a little bit ancillary, but I'll quickly ask it. I mean, the hospital reckon they want to have half of the journeys to the hospital by bike. Are they talking about just their employees? Surely not people with broken arms and cracked faces, which is what I've done, gone to the hospital with.
Sorry, I misspoke on that one. They're looking to double the number of trips to the hospital by walking, cycling and public transport. They actually have 3,000 staff that travel to that location every day. So there's actually far more staff than there are patients heading there.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Right, Councillor
Not Julia and Genta.
Thank you. I'd just like to follow up on a couple of things that came out from public participation. So the first one is we had a gentleman in Capital City Cars who they're now going to have a loading zone that's 80 metres away, and he was asking for the bus lane in front of his business to be only in peak times. Is that possible as a compromise? What evidence do we have that we actually need it to be a bus lane full time?
So one of the intentions that was set out in the bike network plan is that when we roll these out, we roll them out in a multimodal way where we're getting benefits across modes. So we have been using a lot of the data from the bus priority action plan to help inform these designs. And one of the things that was identified in the bus priority action plan is that the delays on this route are, because it's so busy all through the day, there are benefits to extending the bus lane hours here. So we have picked up basically that recommendation from the previous analysis to get that benefit here as part of the project. So, I mean, of course, it's something that could be changed, but I guess what's previously been indicated is there would be good benefits to bus passengers by improving the efficiency of that route.
Thanks. And then Āmua was asking for cycle priority in the left lane between those two traffic lights outside of her business. Now, my interpretation of that is that there wouldn't be a separated cycleway, just that the cyclists would be in the lane, perhaps with sharrows or some other. Do we have officer advice about that suggestion and whether it's possible or safe?
Yeah, so if what she was referring to was sharrows, so that's where bikes are sharing with traffic, this would be well outside the guidance for where and how to use sharrows. So sharrows are to be used on very low volume, very low speed roads. This is one of our highest volume routes in the city. I mean, that's effectively what happens now. And so I don't think anybody feels a sense of priority when they're mixing with fast and big volumes of traffic.
Thank you. The last question I had was we had a number of people come in and talked about the consultation that they received from First Retail or the first letter that they have, and essentially saying that it was kind of vague about there's a project coming. Do you think in terms of lessons learned, did we need to be more specific? Like we didn't have a design then, but we knew that if we're going to put stuff through there's going to be significant changes to parking and loading zones. Were we blunt enough?
Yeah, that's one thing that we could consider in that initial engagement. We could say a project is coming, it's likely to remove car parks. We don't have a design yet, we're working through the options. And then I think the step that we missed is when we had worked through the options, taking that back to sort of show the working of how we had discounted some of these things. And so I think that's something that we definitely are looking to pick up next time.
Can I have one more? Yes. And then I'm actually done. We also heard about the issues that we have around construction timelines, and I think we all acknowledge that construction disruptions are a really major issue for businesses, and that was obviously a challenge when we were doing those enabling works. What mitigations do we have in place for construction disruption for this project, and how much construction, given that it's temporary, like how long is the construction going to be for actually rolling it out? Yeah.
So I'm probably not the best person. I know a little bit of this, but we can also send through more of this detail. So the beginning of the construction is due at this stage to start next week, and that'll be starting with changes to road marking. And after that, some separation will go in. So we're expecting this first section from Mean to John Street to be roughly, I think, about 4 weeks. I'll need to check that, and that'll include installing those new bus stops, which is due to happen in early May. The construction, the delivery lead for this project has been working with the contractor to find ways that we can minimise construction disruption, and they have packaged it purposefully into sections so that we can kind of come and go from an area and not hold the entire route up. So that's one thing they've been trying to do. I know when they did the curb build out, they were looking at working night times and times to try and do it faster. Some of the complexity of the construction at the moment is that there's real constraint on contractor availability, which has led to some, once we get a delay, it actually delays us for a really long time because they get pulled off onto other jobs. And so we're working somewhat within the constraints of contractor availability as well.
Thorough, as always, right. Councillors Calvert, Foon and Deputy Mayor Frick.
Thank you. I wonder whether somebody could give me an idea of how long do you think it will likely take to resolve the missing car parks in Countdown?
Oh, look, I think it should be several weeks. We have to share some information and have a few meetings. But in terms of several weeks to get the point across, but in terms of how quickly they can roll out, it'll be up to Countdown, but we'll keep a careful eye on it.
Okay, all right. I appreciate the work that officers have done, especially in the last month, in terms of engaging with the businesses and trying to find solutions, but there is obviously the issues around the initial engagement and the timing of it. And I was looking at some plans there, and I saw the detailed design. The first one was back in October, and I wondered why even as a concept could not have been shared with businesses at the time when we were first going out talking to them, so that at least they had a heads up, and then they may have been able to make suggestions as well, because they're in that area all the time.
Yeah, I think we definitely weren't in detailed design in October. We didn't get there until February. We were probably starting concept design in October, where we were looking at options, and I think that is one of the key learnings is when we've done that key optioneering, is that's a phase where we need to have more engagement. I think there's I guess what we have to balance is when we, go out with the options, some of these things like removing these, relocating these loading zones will inevitably be very tricky issues that some of them aren't ever, doesn't make everybody happy, I guess, regardless of when we talk about it. But we definitely want to add that phase into our engagement going forward.
Yeah, and it might just be, sorry, I didn't know the difference between concept and detail, because I saw the concept plans and I thought they looked quite detailed to me. But you're noting that this was in October, and, even having something like that to show would have really been, I think, helpful. And this one's probably more for Liam, but I don't know how many times I've sat around this table and we've heard that we need to do engagement, in particular on cycleways, better. We've had it for Let's Get Welly Moving, we've had it with Thornton Quay, we've had it all over the place over a number of years, but we still keep getting it. We still keep saying, yeah, we could do better. We need to do, and how do we systematically ensure that we can, these learnings are captured, because people come and go from the organisation, whether it's elected members or staff. And I'm just, we heard about 2012, the agreement that was had with businesses about what would be happening going forward, about in terms of engaging. And so there just seems to be these continual gaps, and I appreciate that we're always learning, but it just seems that we're circling back over the same thing.
Through you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Councillor Calvert, for your question. So, look, I wrote paragraph 24 in the report, and I want to acknowledge that we could have done better with the retailers and how we've engaged. There was far too long between drinks when we first sent first retail out. There's a whole lot of opportunities that we've seen and identified and are putting in place to make sure that we can make this very, very difficult transition for the city much easier. And Claire's answer about the document design and being ready and prepared to talk to plans. These don't have to be detailed plans, they just have to be concept-based so the community can get a sense of a picture and an understanding very early on in the piece. I think the idea of being more thorough and understanding who we've spoken to when and documenting that also will help councillors be more confident that we've been thorough enough and reached out enough to all of the retailers and residents who will be impacted by our rollout of the bike network plan. The other learning is the key messages. I think for me, in reviewing the team's effort on the ground, we weren't clear on the messages. This is deep cuts quickly to tackle climate change effectively. To some of the submitted comments earlier, transport is where we'll get the deepest, fastest cuts. And you've been told that through conversations with Let's Get Wellington Moving, and it is part of our bike network and bus priority action. It's no question that that's where we can make the deepest, fastest cuts to achieve our commitments and to achieve Te Ata Kura. And finally, it's the key stakeholders, I think, was the greatest learning for me. I think we have you around the table as key stakeholders, but we also have local MPs who we need to brief and understand and pass those key messages along. They are dealing with the change just as you are as elected members. And importantly, I think all of the networks that already exist out there in the community, we do our best to tap into all of them, but we often all miss them as well. My key issue and ask for councillors is that we need your support in making this difficult transition, and we want to support you in being able to have answers for your community. We can only do so much because, as we've seen today, not everyone will agree with this direction. But ultimately, when you look at our road network, it is an asset for everyone, and it's an equity for everyone. At the moment, it's dominated by the private motor car, and you could argue that we're shutting citizens out of that asset that is publicly owned. And so there's stories and narratives here that we need to focus on and be clearer about when we go out and engage with the community. And I think that's, for everyone, a key learning for the Chief Planning Officer and the staff that have been involved in Newtown. And we hope to bank all of these learnings and roll them out much more cleverly and indeed smartly in the future, so we don't have the same sort of impacts we've seen with the Newtown retailers, and limit those impacts as much as possible.
So, given that we could have done things better back in from about October, is there not a possibility to actually say, look, we didn't do as well as we could have done. We're taking these learnings on board, but can we go back to where we should have been, in terms of working with them? Because as we've heard from those businesses, they had history that we didn't know. They knew about this 2012 agreement. They knew about the countdown car parks that they were able to let you know. So when we don't engage with them. They've got a lot of knowledge, and I just wonder whether there's an opportunity to actually circle back with them. I'm not talking about formal consultation. I'm talking about engagement with them to make sure then what we, even as a trial, which we know the trial is relatively permanent, it will be, that we can take a cohesive look at all what they've said and just make sure what we're doing is sustainable going forward. Because what we're asking, so that's part, otherwise I'm getting to speech. But is that, sorry, I was just catching myself and I didn't mean to, sorry. But yeah, can we do that? Can we just stop for a few months or whatever, a month and get the information that we need, understand what's happening with the countdown parks, which we're relying on, listen to what the businesses are saying and factor in, perhaps timing for bus priority lanes so that we do have a cohesive solution going forward.
Through Madam Chair, I think the work that the team have done to date have exhausted all of the opportunities in this particular area, in John Street area. It is a very constrained corridor, and as I said in paragraph 24 of this report, we stopped, we slowed down, we tested, we listened, we discovered, and we looked at options and have, we believe, good workable options for answering the concerns of the retailers. And so slowing down or stopping, in my opinion, would probably achieve very little, and that's not what officers in this instance would recommend. This is a tight corridor, there's very little options, there will be some dislocation, displacement, and we've tried our best to put some design solutions in place to minimise the impacts.
Great, thank you. Councillor Foon, then Deputy Mayor Free, then we'll get into debate.
Might need a whare paku visit before that. Kia ora.
Keep it short.
So I've got a few questions that could be asked relatively quickly. Thank you to Scott Dudley, who he queried the car safety the safety for buses, cycles and cars by cars needing to drive in and out of driveways more frequently. Can officers give a perspective on how that's working throughout Wellington at the moment?
Yeah, I'm not sure I fully answered that, but I think what's happening at the moment is cars are making that turn across the driveways, but at the moment there's no protection at all for cyclists, so they're working in between a part-time bus line that's sometimes parking and then a traffic lane, but the vehicles are still making those turns in and through the driveway. So we're just talking about providing additional protection. There will be somewhat of a conflict zone. So, and we've done some analysis of the driveways where there are lots of turning movements, and that's where we'll be applying the green intersection treatment that comes from the Wakakotahi guidelines. So we'll be using that marking to highlight the visibility of those driveways. The reality is it's much safer than what the current situation is, which is where that's happening with no protection along the route at all.
Great, thank you. And there was some querying of the 970 trips. Can we just get some clarification on that?
Yeah, definitely. So, and it is confusing because on the website we've got automatic counters, and so I think the data that was being referred to on the website, the more like 400 counts a day, that counter is placed in the Basin Reserve, and so what happens at that site is that we think over 50% of the cyclists coming down that route actually at the moment turn down Rugby Street and go down Tory because of how unpleasant Cambridge and Kent is. And so there's actually more cyclists doing that than are going straight through the Basin, and the Basin is also closed at times at events and things. And so our counts that we did that got the 970 trips per day was actually further up the road on Adelaide, where we were getting the total number of people coming through the route before they diverted onto Rugby Street and Tory Street. So hopefully that think helps. The other thing is that counter's been run out of batteries for a little while, so we're getting that sorted at the moment.
Can we update that to get a true reflection, like on our counter online?
Yeah, I think I need to check with the Smart Council team. How I do think that the numbers online probably account for the fact when the battery goes down, they're not including the 0 days in the average, but it's certainly the location means that it's underrepresenting the route numbers.
Yeah, okay. One more question. Thank you. And Āmua, painted a lovely picture of what's going on in Jackson Street, Petone. Why is it that, what is different about John Street to the Jackson Street environment?
Well, interestingly, Hutt City Council actually applied through the Innovating Streets Fund to improve Jackson Street a few years ago to make it more pedestrian and cyclist friendly. So the council itself has really acknowledged that that environment is not at all ideal for people walking and cycling. It doesn't have any provision for cycling. So I don't think it's a good example to compare to. I also am not sure of the data around the vibrancy of that shopping district and if it's been increasing or not. I don't have that information. But I would say we're probably working on higher volumes, much higher bus passengers. There's 10,000 people that go through buses on this route, and it's at this particular point, it's a more constrained corridor than the width of Jackson Street.
So I'm interested in the existing loading zone and the fact that we're going to allow it to be parked in either by vehicles or 10-minute stays between 7, the suggestion is between 7 o'clock and 7 in the morning. What is the plan for what cyclists will do when there's something actually parked there?
Yeah, good question. So the loading zone is actually going to be placed in the traffic lane rather than in the bike lane. So there'll be a permanent protected cycleway at all times of the day, but it's the second traffic lane that will turn into a after hours loading zone. So people will have to cross the cycleway to get to the shops. But in terms of some of the takeaway places, we think it's a good solution for the times where people might be more likely to stop and get meals. But yeah, we definitely acknowledge that's not ideal, those times.
So I guess my question would be, how open would we be to seeing if it's possible to actually extend those hours?
Yeah.
Because I think there was a good point made that people are unlikely to be delivering actually in that time frame. It's quite late at night or very early in the morning.
Yes, so that's why we've been really working extremely hard to get that CCDHB loading site 40 metres around the corner so that that's an all hours loading zone. So we anticipate most of the loading will occur from that site. We have modelled the impacts of having that loading zone at other times of the day, in the middle of the day, and our advice from our traffic engineers is that the impact of delays to traffic in buses is really significant. It's actually a very tightly, any little changes at that intersection has quite big impacts to movements through there, John Street, up John Street. So basically the determination was that would have too big of an impact in terms of slowing movement through the corridor down.
Okay, was any thought given to sharing the footpath? I know it's not ideal, but we are trying to cut and dice this very tight space. Was any thought given to sharing the footpath as a bypass to allow a bit more parking there?
Not much thought, to be honest. That's a pretty fundamental principle for us. So we are looking to make improvements for walking, cycling and bus priority. And one of the main pedestrian improvements that this project is delivering is getting people off the footpath. So that is a notorious corner for cyclists jumping up on the footpath and zooming through because it's such an unpleasant intersection. And that's one of the key things that we know our mobility impaired community, disabled community have real concerns with is when they get in that conflict of what is, again, a very constrained corridor. So we didn't investigate that very much at all because it's basically a no-go.
Okay. I had to ask that because, people will ask or want to know that has been looked at. My last question is, I think there were some surveys done about how many people actually come to shop there that might come by car versus other modes, and I wondered if you could comment on that.
Yeah, so we have done, just as part of kind of trying to understand the context of this site more, some surveys, just sort of observations down on that area. And I think Bree, you can probably give me details here. So there's been a few hours that we've been down there, and I'll have to confirm the data, but I think it's in the order of sort of 1 in 15 customers into, I'm not sure if we're watching just one shop or multiple, we're actually using that car park outside. So the vast majority of customers coming into it were coming on foot from other places. Either they'd parked elsewhere and were walking there. The hospital has a lot of people actually working in the hospital that come out and shop in that area. So it wasn't really a kind of a solid quantitative survey, but it was kind of observational surveys so we could understand the scale of what percentage of customers are actually coming by car in that location.
And my last question is, if we start to think that is there something we could do, especially in that transitional period, to actually incentivise people to go down to the shops? I mean, what can we do in the way of soft measures to make sure those shops are really, really well supported, and that whoever can come by foot, we maximise that where possible, and we provide maybe some parking, but not as convenient as it was?
Yeah, so a couple of things we've been doing. We've worked with the hospital to add more bike parking right there by that blood bank site. So there'll be additional access for people by bike to come. I know that there are a few local community groups who have started a kind of a buy local campaign trying to really support people in the area to go down to the shops. And there's also probably some potential with the hospital for us to work with them on some communication to staff to put some encouragement. I don't think we've explored that yet, but there are probably options like that we could look into as well.
So we could be open to doing some more work around this and some thinking.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks.
Councillor Matthews and Councillor Wolf.
Just two quick ones from me. So the first one, I was a little bit surprised by the kind of comment that heritage shops in particular need car parks. And so my question is, how old are those buildings, and what would the transport have been when they were established, those businesses?
Through you, Madam Chair. So yes, it's the John Street Heritage Precinct, I think, and it's a collection of buildings that are sort of 1890s to 1920s. It's collectively a really attractive corner, which is why I believe the heritage planners put the overlay on there initially. The commissioners. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sure planners had something to do with it along the way. Yeah, I mean, the interesting thing about these shops and the shops to the rear, the area to the rear, they all share a right-of-way, a right of access. And as this has been part of the conversation around the loading bay, but as the trucks and the volumes of stock and the shops changing and what they do have changed over time, trucks, the size of them, have been able to access the right-of-way to service the rear of the shops. So I think what you see here is a heritage fabric of the city not keeping up with the nature and way the commerce of a city runs, and therefore that right-of-way is no longer accessible for the type of deliveries that some of these shops require. And it's where you see the loading bay and pallets being dropped onto footpaths and being wheeled in through the front doors of those shops. And to Claire's earlier point, that's where some of the conflicts are occurring with mobility scooters, cyclists, pedestrians. And as I've said before, we've done our best to relocate that loading bay in an area that's close enough and within good proximity for those businesses to continue to receive those larger trucks and those larger loads.
Thank you. And my other question is really, because I don't think it's really been kind of fully drawn out, about the iterative process that this is supposed to be and exactly why we're working this way. Because it seems to me that most of the changes that have already been sort of incorporated or, in response to the business concerns, actually it's exactly the sort of reason we're doing it like this, so we can continue to make adjustments based on how things are working.
Yeah, I think one of the things is because this is the first time, well, it's not, it's the second time we've used the process, but obviously we're in a very different context than the Brooklyn Hill Cycleway. So that key message around the process is different this time. We probably learnt that we need to make that a higher level key message. But I think also it just takes the city, there's big there's a change for the city. And so I think as this process becomes more familiar, as we do more of these projects, people will kind of understand it a little bit more. I think one thing we're really trying to be clear on at the moment is anything up until kind of once it goes in is our engagement period. It's not our consultation period. And so our formal consultation, which is where we'll gather that feedback and data and evidence to inform the traffic resolution for the permanent, is once the route is in place and people are providing feedback off experience in real life. So yeah, that's, I think for us it's been a real challenge with this because it's the first one of such a scale, but we'll have to really make sure that that message is coming through loud and clear. And we really look forward to the consultation, the actual consultation period, to see what comes in terms of how it's working.
Thank you. Councillor Wolf.
This one's for Liam. I've just read through the terms and agreement of the Phillips Fox document, 2nd of April, that Councillor Fitzsimon sent through. Why will it take 2 weeks to sort out something that there's an agreement that's already there for?
Through you, Madam Chair, that's because I'm very pervasive.
Sorry?
Persuasive. I'm very persuasive, Councillor. Look, I haven't read the document. It's just come in, and I apologise for that. I've been obviously assisting the Chair, but I would have thought if this is a signed document by the parties, that it's a reminder to the organisation that we're required to provide those car parks, that they need to provide them. And that's our legal position. And 2 weeks is enough time for me to get in front of Countdown and explain that to them.
So is that enough time for us to delay the implementation 2 weeks, and or until you can sort that out?
Well, it's more than enough time for me to have the conversation, but I don't believe, to my earlier question to Councillor Calvert, I don't believe there's any need to delay the works.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, staff. Really appreciate that. Right, I've had a request from one of our colleagues that we have an hour for lunch because there's just a few issues that need to be sorted through to help with this process. So can everyone come back at 1:15? I hope that we will not have very fulsome speeches given the extensive length of time that we've had on questions. We didn't organise lunch today just because I was hoping to be finished by 12:30, but that was overly optimistic. So if people would like to go out and experience our wonderful cafes again, that would be great, and have a chance to chat to your colleagues. Thanks very much. Right, Councillor Calvert, you're going to move. Where's your seconder?
It's Councillor Wolf.
Is he online? Sorry, because I can only see 4. Oh, okay, he's got his camera off because I think he's unwell, but...
he's there.
Yep, okay, go for it.
Thank you. And in the spirit of trying to keep this brief, because I appreciate that we've heard from a lot of people on this, and we've heard from the petitioner, and I think what they've done is outstanding, getting over 1,200 signatures in a very short time frame, which does show a depth of feeling amongst a group of people. First of all, I'd just like to also, I know Councillor Young's not online, but I would like to acknowledge her. She was supporting the petitioner to bring this before council, and just in terms of timing, she couldn't be here to bring it, so I offered to step in and help, but equally pleased to be able to do that. We've heard essentially of the late notice of the specific details of the design on the business community, and I acknowledge that officers have done a lot of work in recent weeks to try and alleviate some of those issues, but nevertheless there is a short amount of time that they've had to come to deal with the issues and make suggestions and for those to be tested. And I'm really now talking because there's another recommendation to go up there. So if you think that I'm just, yes, thank you. Look, I still can't understand how we can't give specific details to any resident or business. And these are people, these are not just some sort of unknown entity. They're often people who live in the area, workers live in the area. And, we send them rates notices every 3 months. We surely should be able to communicate with them a bit better. And I absolutely agree that we, as a city, we need to evolve and adapt, and we do need a cycle lane through into Newtown. But like everything we do, it's how we do it, not necessarily what we do. And there is a real opportunity to make this a much better experience, a much more longer-term solution if we actually give a little bit more time to work with those businesses impacted. And because even as a trial, I mean, can we say, what happens if we do something and as part of the trial, in the meantime, that business folds? It might improve, but it might fold. And then we say, oh no, we don't need to remove that, or we can make this other change. So they're bearing the cost of all of this. They're bearing the cost of not being engaged with at the right time with the right information, and they're also carrying the cost if the design is not right. So, in essence, that's why I've added in another resolution there. I don't believe it comes with officer advice, but I'm sure people can, or officer support, sorry. And I understand that we've had that conversation of asking officers that, but I firmly believe that we need to actually take this time, because if we're going to actually roll out cycleways across the city, we need to make sure that we are showing we can do this properly and we can engage with all parts of our community, and also making sure that we go out to engage. We don't just sit there or sit in a hall or sit somewhere and expect people to come to us. So as I said, I'm just going to keep this very brief. I know there's lots of different aspects. I'm not going to cover them. I'm not going to address all the speakers that we've heard today. And I just look forward to your support as for the second one, and Councillor Wolf will be seconding.
Thank you. Yes, well, just Councillor Wolf, do you wish to speak now?
No, I'll just reserve my right for the moment, thanks.
Right, okay, yep, we can have questions of officers, and then, of course, you can direct any questions to Councillor Calvert as well.
Thank you. Staff, I guess my question is there any additional work that you can do that would essentially advance the position over where we are now? Because, I mean, my reading of this is that in my view, I think you already have engaged on the detailed design and had suggestions, concerns and questions reasonably addressed. Do you see that what additional work would you be able to do in response to this amendment?
Through you, Madam Chair, look, I think I gave an answer during question time to this, but in terms of detail, I'll hand over to Claire to provide any further advice.
Yes, I think we have exhausted the detailed design options for the space, just given the constraint and the fact that we're down to a minimum of a traffic lane and a bike lane, 2 traffic lanes, sorry, and a bike lane and a bus bike lane. So it's really just trading off between those things. I guess once it is in, there is an opportunity, once the feedback has been collected, to look again at options based on the feedback, and it is made out of adaptable materials, so there is the opportunity for us to make tweaks at that point.
Thank you. And then just following up, what would be the effect or downside of suspending the work on this project?
The implications for delaying it at this stage is that given the limited contractor availability at the moment, they're off then onto other projects on the city, and so that's how, when we had to delay the Bowen work because of the protest, we ended up with quite a long delay, because then they're off with their schedule for other projects. So even if we only made it a few weeks, it's likely with the contractors months and months.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Right. Does anyone wish to speak? Or Councillor Finn, would you like to move your... Oh, Councillor Rush has a question. Sorry, Councillor Rush, apologies. Of officers. You there, Councillor Rush? Right.
Yes, sorry, I was just trying to find... I'm just doing this in transit on the phone. Claire, as I understand it, obviously the whole route's quite significant and extensive, whereas the petition is quite narrowed to quite a defined area. So is there the chance to continue doing work in other parts of the route which are less contentious or controversial, I suppose, whilst we try and address some of the needs of those businesses?
Yeah, that's a good question. The way that we're working this process is segments by segment, so sort of an iterative rolling process between finalising the details of the final road marking and everything section by section. So we're actually not yet ready to go on the next sections. It's going to start to move in kind of a more rolling process. We had looked into that option, but the way the delivery has been set up to accelerate it doesn't allow us to do that.
Okay, just one more. Why did we not use the traffic resolution process in this particular instance?
So the 2 processes were laid out in Pāniki Pōniki, the Wellington Bike Network Plan, and this one is, I guess, responding to the amendment last year to accelerate the rollout of the bike network. And so it was sort of raised in the Pāniki Pōniki that traffic resolution process, doesn't really allow for an accelerated delivery because of the time frames, and we've seen projects that go through it take years and years. I guess the other thing is that the strategic traffic resolution was passed with Pāniki Pōniki, which effectively locked in the routes. And there will be another traffic resolution once we have more evidence about the permanent design. So one of the downsides of going straight to a traffic resolution and all of that process in detail is that you may not have got it right, but it's too late at that point because you've usually come in and used concrete and spent a lot of money. So this allows us to have a little bit more flexibility that if we haven't got the design quite right, we can get that feedback and make those tweaks without having gone through that long process.
Yeah, just for final question though, that the questions that a traffic resolution would address would be whether the community wants a cycleway, as opposed to what I think we're doing now, which is it's more about design. Is that a fair comment?
Yes, and I think that whether the route goes through here has actually already been decided on, and that consultation process has gone out to the community and come back and confirmed that this is the route. So this isn't a question of engaging on whether this is a cycle route or not. That decision's been made. This is about the technical detail of how the route is laid out.
Okay, thank you.
Right.
Any more questions?
Yes. Right. Councillor Foon and Councillor Fitzsimons, would you like to put... Oh, sorry, Liz Kelly, apologies, didn't see the hand. Just a question about the amendment.
Yeah, so, just about the amendment.
Yeah, because we've already had questions, a very extensive session. Just maybe you could posit it to Councillor Calvert and
So I'll try and pose it so that it flows into the amendment. One of the concerns, and my apologies if this has already been answered. One of the concerns that I have is that it seems to be impacting hugely on business in an environment where they're already suffering greatly. And one of the concerns that I had was that there's 5 loading zones that have been taken out and replaced with 3, and they're quite a long way away from where the other loading zones are. So, because I'm trying to make this fit into this amendment here, is that maybe taking the time as what's been requested can address that and give the business owners an opportunity to respond to why that's happening.
So your question is, can that be done?
Yeah, thank you. And why was it reduced to 3?
The loading zone that's outside the businesses at the moment is being relocated around the corner. There is an existing loading zone that's on Adelaide Road, so some of the shops on the other side of the road that's are more convenient for the ones on that side of the road. Oh, sorry, that you might be referring to the options diagram, which was more outlining all the sites that we looked at for options. And I think there were about 8 options, and many of those were discounted for various reasons, like some of them were the hospital land that we couldn't put it on. So the only one that we are relocating is the one that's outside the shops at the moment on Ridderford, and it's being relocated around the corner into the hospital entrance driveway.
So can you just confirm then, because I'm not quite sure if you did answer it, there were originally 5 loading zones, and in the new proposal there's now 3?
No, sorry. There's currently 2 loading zones, one at the bottom of Adelaide Road and one outside the shops.
Yeah, that's in your diagram.
Yes, yeah. And what we're moving to is 2 all-day loading zones. One's changing their location, and a after-hours loading zone in the same location as the existing one.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councillor O'Neill, would you mind if Councillor Foon moved the amendment just so we get that on the table, or have you got a question about the
yeah, actually, sorry. It was a process question to the chair. If Councillor Calvert's already moved the amendment and I just wanted to clarify if Councillor Calvert had already moved that amendment, or... Yes,
it is a substantive in this case, just because it was a petition rather than a paper.
Right, I see. Yeah. Oh, I see. So that's an amended substantive, and now
that's right. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm with you. Yeah.
Sorry, I possibly should have clarified that. Right, Councillor Foon and Councillor Fitzsimons. Thank you.
Kia ora, can we have our amendments up, please? Thank you, Damien. I really would like to start off by acknowledging the petitioners that came in today, and just thank them for all the work they have done participating in this process and bringing the signatures. I want you to know that I know many of us on council really appreciate your voices and the work that you've put into this today. We also appreciate the challenge of the many changes that are up for our businesses at the moment, but also that this change has come about in a way that is not the normal process, and I do want to acknowledge that for you. And I also do want to acknowledge the fact that many of you have been for a long time in the buildings in John Street and have seen a lot of changes. So we're taking that on board today. I would also like to, apologise on behalf of council that the learning out of our engagement process. If we could have done that better, I just want to say I am sorry about that. If that felt like it was a surprise or it wasn't communicated in the way that would have made it better for you, and so I do want to offer an apology on behalf of council for that. But I think the challenge that we've got here is through the many voices that we've heard today is that we have been going through a long process here, and this is it is to be expected, and that change is a necessary part of our society and the way that we're moving, especially with the pressures that we've got coming on us from the different ways we're choosing to move, the growth that we've got going on in our city, the climate implications, and that is, people are wanting to do their bit, and this is why council needs to do our bit to support them to do what they want to do. So there's also a change in the process, and that this process is a different way that we're doing things, that it's a live process, it's participatory, it's iterative, and we get to experience it live. And we've talked today about why we must change, and I'm not going to go into that because I think we've heard a lot about it. But I think the key thing is how many people in this community are asking us for this change. So while we are hearing from those that don't really want it to change, our biggest employer in the region, the CCDHB of up to 3,000 people, has enabled a partnership with Wellington City Council that I'm really proud about, that we've been able to work with them to find solutions to help this to happen. We've got the school board, and I think Councillor Fitzsimons is going to table a letter from the school board, from Newtown School, about how they are supporting this. We've heard from parents and their kids. We've heard from other businesses who really are requesting that change happen so that they can enable their employees to cycle safely to work. And we've got people that are choosing active modes who are desperately wanting a safe way to move. So, councillors, our job is to make the decision on what is the fairest and safest way to share space on our streets for all of us. This change is actually about clawing back space that has been used for private vehicles to give to people on the streets, our pedestrians. People are customers, and that is actually what we're trying to do, give more space to people, which should be better for business. So petitioners, I am really also asking you to work with us on this and give this a chance. Councillors, these amendments from Councillor Fitzsimons and I are really about putting on record the work that our council team have done to really try and listen to the businesses and their needs and find some middle ground so that business can keep going with the loading zones, and that those that need a park can find parks either in the hospital, which they have kindly offered to us, and also, as Councillor Fitzsimons has pointed out, I'm just going to check is Councillor Fitzsimons' further amendment on this?
I've just emailed it through. Sorry, I got carried away with my lunch.
It's been added, yep.
Great, thank you. So, and also that we need to understand what a standard level of service for loading zones is, because clearly not every single store can have a loading zone right outside their shop. So is it 80 or is it 100 metres? What is a give and take for norm for loading zones? So we made a commitment with the Pōneke Promise. This is the first project, as we've heard, to come off that after we've signed it off. This week, a few of us councillors also heard from Christchurch City Council about their experience, which is not dissimilar to this, but how the outcomes have been positive. We've also heard from Waka Kotahi, which were able to talk about positive experiences in Auckland. And so yes, this is a fair and democratic process to make place for all users. And so councillors, I am also asking for you to give this a chance.
Thank you. Councillor Fitzsimons.
Yeah, thanks. And I just want to start by also acknowledging the petitioners and the businesses in Newtown, because I know that your concern and your fear is genuine and that this is hard for you. I also want to acknowledge officers, because this process has also been really hard on you, and you have acted with grace and integrity, and it's been noticed and appreciated. You have been responsive to the community. It has been slowed down already in response to concerns raised by the businesses, and changes have been made. And Councillor Frew and I really want to outline those changes so that they're on the record, and so that we can show that this council does listen on these projects, and that we don't just continue to arrogantly pursue a position during the engagement process, that we actually do listen, we reflect and change. And I think as much as this is uncomfortable for many, we need to balance that discomfort with our desperate need to reduce emissions as a city and ensure that bike lanes are safe. I want to note the work that has been done for a number of reasons. Firstly, to acknowledge the work happened, but also if we reflect on Thorndon Quay and on this Newtown bike lane, we can demonstrate to businesses that there is a point in constructively engaging with this council, that concerns can be heard, they can be listened to, and where possible, those concerns can be acted on. I think that often businesses see the council as arrogant and decisions coming from the big bad council. And what I want to do is make sure that as much as possible, our engagement with businesses is instilled with the values of listening, of humility, and of respect. And I think we have seen that happen in Newtown. And I think if we instill those values in our engagement approach around the rest of the city, we give ourselves the best chance of achieving the joined up bike network that we have approved. I want to particularly acknowledge Laura from Four Seasons Florist. She has provided me with a document that the council wasn't able to track down, and that is a document that I will be tabling under Standing Order 16.7, and it is the agreement relating to the provision of public car parking at Countdown. And I really hope that by tabling this and making it part of the public record, and by the communication that led up to that, and the comments that I'm keen to make today, that officers will think really carefully about making sure that where these agreements exist, we enforce them, particularly at the same time as we're trying to remove car parks very nearby, and saying to those businesses, don't worry, there's some available in Countdown, there's some available near the Children's Hospital, because that is part of showing humility and being responsive and engaging with the businesses. And I just want to acknowledge Liam Hodgetts, who, when Councillor Foon, Councillor Free, Councillor Pennant and I visited the businesses early this year, he responded to our request that he directly engage with them as a very senior member of the Wellington City Council. And if being a councillor for 5 years has taught me anything, it's that if you manage to hook in an ELT member into a process, it can just quickly elevate it and get some action. So I just want to acknowledge Liam for going and meeting with the businesses and having integrity to our decision, but also listening to them and along with his staff. And I just want to comment on Councillor Calvert's amendment as well. Look, if I thought that time would make a difference to these businesses, I'd be the first one to support that amendment. But at the end of the day, there has been a lot of engagement. There are businesses who don't like the outcome, and I can absolutely appreciate the anxiety, but actually it's misleading to suggest that if there was more engagement, they would then like the outcome. I think that the trial gives everybody an opportunity to test whether this works well, to work out how it could be done better. But most importantly, when we're talking about reducing emissions as a city, that trumps a lot of concerns that genuinely exist, because it is such a critical issue facing humanity that we need to take seriously. So I really hope that councillors won't agree to hold this, and that we will be able to continue on with this work and continue on ensuring that we have a connected bike network and making sure that we do our best to take people along with us. And I say do our best because I know that there will be some people who we can't take along with us, but as a big public institution in this city that compulsorily takes rates from residents and businesses, we need to do everything we can to try and take people along with us, because then we can defend decisions, however popular or unpopular they are in the end. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor O'Neill, did you have your hand up? No. Okay, Councillor Condi.
That was an accident.
Thank you. I just want to thank the ward councillors for bringing these amendments. I think they're excellent and I look forward to supporting them. And I think they really address the two key issues that we see again and again when we're doing transport change projects anywhere around the city that have come up here as well, which is issues around loading zones and issues around short stay parking, both of which are really important for businesses. And I think this is great. It shows us how staff have managed to really find solutions to both of those issues in this area, working together with you and with the business owners to do that, which is fantastic. You know, and I think it's great we're starting to see more that it's kind of standard practice to ensure that where we're taking time limited parking away for some reason, we're replacing it as close to the location as possible. And in this case, we've got, you know, some short stay parking kindly being provided by the DHB, as well as some parking at Countdown across the street. So, you know, it's great to see that those things are being addressed. I also really want to talk about loading zones because it's such an important issue, again, right across the city, not just for this spot of our city. And we did have during our district plan hearings, both the Property Council, the Chamber of Commerce, asking for us as a city council to look at developing some kind of freight strategy because they could see this as a really key issue for the city. And so I just wanted to talk quickly about that, which is, you know, Auckland has a strategic freight strategy, and one part of that is a servicing and loading strategy, which is looking at exactly these kinds of things about loading zones. Let's Get Wellington Moving are doing a lot of work on that when they're working on Thornton Quay and Golden Mile. Both of those projects have big components around moving loading zones and looking at how we're going to provide loading and servicing for those businesses, and they're doing some really great development work there. They're also considering these issues when they look at the traffic circulation plan that came out of Te Ara Tātou. And so there's work happening there as well, and it's great to see number 6 here today acknowledging that council's looking at what a kind of standard level of service would be for loading zones, because, you know, we heard from 2 businesses today that, you know, obviously if you've been able to load directly outside of your shop and now you can't, that's an inconvenience. At the same time, what we've heard is that the loading zones are being moved in one case 40 metres away, in another case 80 metres away. So they are still very nearby. And I don't think that if I was saying across the city, I don't think we could have an expectation that every business can have a loading zone within less than 100 metres. I think that's just not feasible. So I think they've been moved to within quite a reasonable standard. But it would be great to see that work progress so that we can actually use that to when we go to businesses and we're able to say this is kind of what you should expect. This is what we're going to be working towards, and here's how the solutions will work for you. So I will be keeping an eye out. Auckland Transport have commissioned a specific piece of work on servicing and loading that's supposed to be finished in May and June, and I'll be certainly keeping an eye out on that. And I've asked our Let's Get Wellington Moving staff to look at that as well to see what we can pick up and learn from that work in terms of how we roll out a number of things across the city, Let's Get Wellington Moving and the rest of the bike network plan. I will also briefly speak to the substantive number 2, and when we get to that, Chair, I'll be asking to take that separately. I think we've heard from the staff in the past month the team have done an enormous amount of engagement. Maybe we didn't start off where we would have liked to, but there's been a lot of work that's happened very recently, and I hear from the staff that they have genuinely exhausted all the possibilities for design changes at this point. They have heard the concerns about loading zones and about short stay parking, and there are a number of mitigations that have been put in place. I really want to thank the staff. That I appreciate the frank discussion that you've given us about where we could have done better in some of this engagement. I really appreciate being able to have those conversations and think about what the lessons are for as we move to other parts of the city. I think as well, I would just echo Councillor Fitzsimon's comments that the idea that more time would somehow miraculously find solutions that we haven't found yet. I don't think that that's the case here. I think we have found all the solutions that are practicable. And I think as well we need to remember that an engagement process hasn't failed just because some people still strongly disagree with the proposal when we've finished engaging. That's just the reality of life, that people are still going to strongly disagree with proposals that we have as a council. So I think that in this case, while we've had maybe a bit of a rocky start, there's been excellent engagement in the last little while, and I do not see how any delay could improve on the engagement that's happened in the past month, so I will not be supporting that. Thank you.
I'll just speak briefly now to, look, I want to say, again, a big thanks to the staff, because they literally hired a truck to test out whether a loading zone would work on a temporary cycleway. I think they really went above and beyond, and it's been really difficult. I want to thank the business owners as well. I was one of the commissioners, along with the late Councillor Leonie Gill, Labor councillor, who put the protection on that. They're a great set of buildings and great businesses too. They're the kind of businesses we want to see, and really being opposite an enormous supermarket is really, really tough. And they've done heaps of work. And Āmua, if you're listening, I do just want to acknowledge the enormous amount of work that you've done and the advocacy that you've done for your business community. I will just say briefly on the cycling argument, there seems to be a bit of magical thinking going on that we can have cycleways without losing car parking. We can't. And saying that, in this case, I would have taken a lane off private vehicle users before I would have taken off for commercial deliveries. But nevertheless, we are going to have to remove car parking. It's just not possible. And Mr. Hodgetts, I will be trying to protect those buildings too from any mass transit system. We're going to have a difficult conversation. And I do think I see why the business owners are being so tough on this. They're literally going through a transition where all the systems that we need for people to do what they need to do are not yet set up. We heard some great examples today of people using their cargo bikes to pick up things, and I'm sure we'll see more of that. But until we get our act together, and the government does too, and the alternatives are not there, people are going to be car dependent. So I think we do need to do some business support that needs to be active, because this is going to happen all throughout the city and we need to do that. So I think, I'm not going to be annoying and move an amendment, but I think we do need to consider that. I just personally want to apologise for around the engagement for not kind of going, councillors need to be involved right from the start, and to say, look, this is going to be tricky. And on Thorndon, the community's coming back, and we will just look at that process and take all of that on board. But I think Councillor Condi, in saying that, your point about it doesn't mean that you will agree. And I always make that point, if it was a motorway we were talking about, doesn't matter how good the consultation was, right? Just one last point on heritage. Look, for some of us, our vision has always been to retain heritage whilst making it easier for people to move in sustainable ways. So I respectfully disagree with one of our submitters. It's absolutely compatible. We think we should be able to have these villages where people have a strong sense of community, and they should be able to easily and safely access them. And this just was absolutely part of the vision, that cyclists will be safe. And I do want to just finish on this point. I am not having a political debate about whether cyclists are safe or not. It's unacceptable. They have a right to be safe. They are our community. They're our partners and parents and children and friends. And every time I talk to a cyclist, I'm like, I've almost got my head in my hands, because I'm worried that something bad is going to happen. So I think we just need to stop having that argument and figure out how we're going to build the cycle lanes safely, whilst making sure that we also support awesome businesses. Right, Councillor Rush.
Yeah, I'm not speaking to both. I've got to go to a meeting at 2. I'd already pre-arranged. So I'll just very quickly say, as someone who has delivered goods to shops, there are difficulties with scheduling, and an 80-metre walk to deliver a pallet of paper is simply not going to happen. We really do need to rethink. And I was impressed by Felicity Wong. I mean, I was impressed actually by the Newtown folks who did come to us during the spatial plan with a a really robust plan for how they felt high density could be done well. I'm sure that they are certainly worth speaking to. I guess, we've talked about climate change, and I said during the Tātakura debate that I'd support it, but no blank cheques. And as far as I'm concerned, businesses that have been the fabric of Newtown for decades are going bust, and putting families' well-being in jeopardy is a big issue for me. So that's going to weigh heavily on me. But otherwise, I'll support Councillor Calvert's amendment, but I may not be here for the vote.
Any more other Deputy Mayor Free? Then we can vote.
Yeah, we do need to. We just probably do need to move on. So I'm going to keep my speech really, really brief. I am relieved that staff took a bit more of extra time to really meet with the businesses, and I know we haven't managed to do everything that they would have wanted, but I do think that there's been some pretty good work done on the loading zone options, and I think personally that new loading zone, if it does stay in place, potentially offers a safer place to unload pallets because it's out of the way of the footpath and out of the way of the street. So I think it actually could work quite well. I am a little bit concerned about losing car parks. I mean, those buildings actually have a personal significance for me because I do believe it was one of my great-great-great-grandfathers who was a Ridderford. The street's named after that family, and I believe he owned some of the original shops there. So I do value our heritage. Not everyone does, but I do. What I am taking comfort in is the fact that I know our staff will really monitor this closely. And I also take comfort in the fact that we will look to see what we can do to encourage those 14 people out of 15 who shop by foot and cycle to become even more people that go there specifically because it's convenient. Some of our submitters made the point that when they're walking or cycling, they're more likely to stop at a small shop, whereas actually it's easy to stop on a bike or by walking. Whereas if they were in a car, that might be, even if there are 2 car parks or 3 car parks, it might not actually be available when they're going past. It's really hard to know how this will impact on businesses. I know they're nervous and I do feel for them. But I also think that actually sometimes these things don't have the impact that we fear. And I hope that is the case here. But we've also got to keep in mind the real why we're doing this. There's a huge why. We've heard how this gives people independence, it gives them health, it keeps our environment clean, it lowers our carbon emissions, and it really does future-proof our city to mean that more people can live here and still get around. That's not going to be the case if we stick with a car-based culture.
Thank you. Councillor Wolf.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. I'm going to take a harder line. Unfortunately, I feel that if you don't do an engagement correctly from the start, you'll always have difficulties into the future. And I'm really concerned that there were 2 points that came up in the questions, and with officer feedback. And I was there right from the very start of Island Bay when officers came in and said, well, there were only 2 of us, and we really didn't have the resource. We didn't know that this was going to happen this way. And I was there also when one of the when Island Bay got voted to go ahead, where one of the senior officers said, "Well," and I'd apologised in a similar sort of way that Councillor Foon had, and the senior officer had said, "But we're going to bank our learnings," and I heard that again today, and it really made me angry. Because we've gone through a whole series of cycleway implementations, and we've had a rough time with most of them, so we know this. And we should realise that a key learning, and something that is there within our institutional and historical memory, is that if you do not do consultation and engagement correctly the first time, you're going to have trouble all the way through. In respect of our officers, I think you guys are fantastic. I really do. There was no intent whatsoever to have something that didn't go quite right, and where your most senior officer had to place a clause in number 24 and outline that it hadn't been done right. So, you know, we've got some of our stakeholders offside right from the very start. We've lost their trust and confidence. And why I'm supporting Councillor Calvert so strongly at the moment is that I do believe that we need to show some good faith and at least sit down in the next few days with these people and just see if there's something there as a last chance where we can actually help out. I'm hearing all this stuff that we can't, and we've got to as far as we can get to. But I actually heard from the submitters that there is some area for collaboration, and we might even get something that might be just a slightly better outcome for everybody. But at the very least, we will have shown good faith. So yeah, I don't want to be hearing apologies in the next 6 months. I really don't. I've only got that amount of time left on council. I've heard it virtually at every single cycleway implementation, and it's very hurtful. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you. This time I actually put my hand up on purpose. The last 2 times it was a mistake. I just quickly want to speak both to the amendment raised by Councillor Fitzsimons and Councillor Phone, and to acknowledge, the substantive, and to acknowledge, I guess, the hard work that you've all put in with residents and the amount of awesome submitters, in particular our younger submitters today are different. You know, we had the Skateboarding Association coming to talk to us again about the life that brought back into his family. And I wanted to, in particular, acknowledge that if we suspend work on everything, nothing will ever get done. We've the same councillors that are proposing this amendment proposed to delay Thornton Quay, Brooklyn, and early delivery, and let's get Wellington moving. And the feedback on that is that people are dying on our roads now. We've consulted on this numerous amounts of times, and actually I think it is a really harmful of councillors to perpetrate the spread of misinformation and to scaremonger that these businesses will collapse.
Excuse me, point of order.
Yeah, point of order.
Misinformation? So what's the misinformation?
Councillor O'Neill was claiming that certain councillors were spreading misinformation.
And the misinformation that I'm saying
It's not a point of order. It's not a point of order. Councillor O'Neill, maybe if you could just continue with your speech, that might just, and we'll keep the temperature down. Thank you.
The misinformation that businesses will all crumble over a temporary cycleway. That is the misinformation. I was finishing my sentence, Chairperson, but thank you. We've heard from officers today that they do not support the amendment to the substantive. We've heard from officers today to suggest that there is no research to upstand the example that a tactical urbanism example across Aotearoa has led to the crumbling of businesses. And how the heck this debate has turned into something around heritage, I have no idea. But I've just done a bit of a Google search, and we used to have trams and, if anything, a flexible light rail system and bicycles. So, you know, if we are looking to preserve the natural heritage of that area, then I reckon we should do it authentically and actually get some active public transport in there as well, and make sure that we stick to the prioritisation of that thing. Lastly, I just want to acknowledge all of our excellent submitters who keep showing up, who keep having this debate with councillors, and keep educating us, and I guess to acknowledge earlier in the week the fantastic cycle presentation that many of councillors attend around the vibrancy of our city, and just how awesome it is to see a lot of this work coming into place. Kia ora.
Thank you very much. Liz Kelly. Are you still on mute?
Forgot to do that one. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to speak to the amendments, both of them actually, and to say that I'm actually going to support all of them. And that might sound like I don't know what I'm doing, but I can assure you I do. And I've listened to the debate, not all of it today, unfortunately, but I've read the papers. And for me, you know, picking up on some of the themes that we've heard, if we suspend everything, nothing will happen, nothing will get done. I accept that is something that's true. If we do suspend everything, nothing will happen. But I also accept what Councillor Wolfe has said, that, you know, when we're going to make some major changes, it's much better if we bring the people with us. And what I'm also hearing is that considerable consultation has happened. Nothing's going to change if we wait. I believe that 500 and whatever it is for the people who signed that petition, it will mean something to them. And really, is it going to be that hard for us to wait a few more months? And I'm saying that in a climate where I'm a pretty impatient person, but with COVID, I've had to learn to be patient because everything takes so long. And I understand what the officers are saying is that if we delay this a little bit, even a little bit, that it's going to get pushed out, that the people who are doing the work are going to go off and do another job. That's kei te pai. For what it will create in the end, where we have actually listened to the residents, our ratepayers, and the people whose business this will affect, I think the goodwill that will generate will be worthwhile suspending, I can't see the blinging thing in front of me, suspending the, you know, just go back and do a bit more consultation and talk to these people, because we need to remember, we know that businesses are suffering right now. They really are. They're finding it really difficult. And the environment that we're in right now, there's a lot of stress, there's a lot of anxiety, and there's a lot of depression. And I don't want to add to any of that for the sake of delaying this with 2 or 3 months. And in this current climate with COVID, where everything has changed, that actually isn't a lot of time. And I don't believe that it would be too big a deal for our officers to have a conversation with the contractors, to say to them that, hey, look, we're going to go and do this, and can we push out that start date? Because I believe anyway that things will be delayed, because have you tried to build anything right now? Have you tried to purchase anything right now? There are shortages everywhere. So maybe just thinking about the goodwill that this will generate, I'm going to support it. I'm going to support Councillor Covid's amendment, and I'm going to support Councillor Fitzsimon's as well. And it's not a bet each way. I just believe that it's been well thought out by the councillors, and it's a good package where we are seen to be listening to the people we serve. Kia ora.
Thank you. No more speakers. Councillor Foon, do you need a right of reply?
Kia ora tātou, and thank you very much for the debate. It is a hard one, but I moved into Newtown in 1995, and since then I've walked, I've cycled, I've bussed my way into the city every day for 27 years along Adelaide Road. You should have pity on me. It is dire. It is depressing. It is unsafe strip of the city. And if we delay this anymore, when it has been clear, we have been advised by the Girl Report and the teens, we have had the Newtown Cycling Connection 2018, and we're still going. I am urging you, councillors, to be brave and not make our children brave. Thank you.
Councillor Calvert, you want to write a reply?
No, I think we should take these amendments first because they're away from the substantive.
All right. Does anyone need anything taken separately? No. Okay, we're going to vote on block. Thank you. Doesn't matter. It was kind of relevant. It's all right. And sorry, could we just have a division on that too, please? Thank you. Sorry.
Just so I'm clear, Madam Chair, we're voting for the lot on block?
No, 3 to 7, not number 2.
Yes, the Councillor Fitzsimon's amendment.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, all good. Thumbs up from me.
Okay, thank you. That's unanimous. Thank you. Right, Councillor Calvert.
Thank you, and I will do a right of reply.
Not yet.
Not yet. Councillor Roche, or Z? Hopefully he's connected now. Look, this is. I don't want this to be an emotive debate or decision. I mean, I think we need to, keep it. That we've heard a number of different views here, and they're all valid. They're all valid, and we know there will be a cycleway going through there, and no one's doubting that. No one's saying this shouldn't be. What people are saying is that please talk to us and tell us the details and tell us what you plan and give us an opportunity to have a say. I absolutely acknowledge the work of the officers in the last few weeks, but it's in the last few weeks. It's not when we could have done it, when we should have been doing it. And also, I mean, as Councillor Fitzsimons said, I got the same document sent from Four Seasons Florist this morning as well about Countdown. We didn't know about that. We hadn't seen it. Our officers hadn't seen it. And so all we're saying here now is that we need to make sure that there is a good opportunity for, in particular, the businesses and the people that run those businesses to have a say, to make sure that they've been listened to and how our officers have responded, and also to give some feedback on that. And I thank Councillor Foon for apologising on behalf of Council. But normally with apology sometimes comes compensation. We're not offering any compensation because these are businesses. They're paying 3 times the amount of the general rate. They're going to potentially lose business. And how are we compensating them in any way? And there's one way we could do that by actually saying, we will engage with you on this before we finalise. And as Liz Kelly said, and I really liked, we've got to bring people along with us. And as Councillor Wolf was saying before, every time it's all about engagement. And yes, I personally, often when I vote against something, it's because we have not engaged as effectively as we can, or we should. And so I believe that we are here, as Liz Kelly said, is that we are here to listen to the people and serve them. And that's right across the board. So, again, as Liz Kelly said, is we've all had to learn to be patient with COVID. It's not the business's fault that we've had COVID. It's not the business's fault that we've had the protests. It's not the business's fault that we've had limited amount of staff to be able to initially work on this. It's not the business's fault that we didn't engage effectively with them at the start. But now we are asking the businesses to bear the brunt of all of that. So all I'm asking in my amendment is to say, let's just keep talking with them. Let's listen to what they've got to say. I haven't put a timeline in that because I don't know how long officers will need to have. But certainly, if we can send those businesses a notice every 3 months, we can surely send them a letter and say, come, or we'll come to you and we'll talk with you. We'll hear what you've got to say. We'll hear your suggestions. We'll address them. You may not agree with us at the end, and that's okay. because engagement is, I think, as Councillor Condi said, it's not about getting people necessarily to agree, but these businesses have been around for quite some time. They know the streets. They know the decisions that have been made in the past. They know the agreements that have been made in the past. As we know, is we come and go. Our officers come and go. But these people have been there a long time. As well as Councillor Foon, who's cycled through for quite some time. You know what it's like. And they know what it's like too. So I think because of what's gone on in the last few months, or hasn't gone on, or what's been delayed, and that we know construction is really difficult at the time, why not take this time to actually make sure we've done as much as possible? Because as we may say, this is a trial, but this is pretty much a semi-permanent solution going in. And if we can make that a little bit better for everyone involved, then I think this is what we need to take the next few months to do. So I look forward to your support.
Thank you. So without being divisive, if we can have a division on that one.
And I suggest we take them separately.
Oh, yeah, we can.
1 and 2.
Okay, so if we can vote for do 1.
Can we have them up, please?
Okay, 1 and then 3 to 7. Yep.
Oh, you got, so it's 1 and 2. We just.
No.
Okay.
1. Oh, should we do 2 first, actually?
Okay, we'll do
and
2
then we
and
can
then
vote
you
for
do
the
the
rest of
rest.
it. Okay, right. Okay, so if you can vote, please, on number 2. Number 2.
Is Councillor Rush still there?
I have voted, haven't I, Councillor Calvert?
I don't know. I hope so.
There's a tick there.
We can't see you, but I'm sure officers can.
If you can just turn off your. Okay, great, thank you. And now if we can vote 1
We hear the result?
Oh, sorry, apologies, sorry. That fails with 4 councillors in favour: Calvert, Rush, Wolfe and Liz Kelly. Right, and now we will vote for 1, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7. Councillor Rush, have you got your...
Yeah, I was just going to say, in case you can't see me, I'm okay with those ones as well.
Okay.
I'm just in a very agreeable mood today, you know me.
Thank you. Right, so that's unanimous. Thank you, everyone. Right, I now take great pleasure in inviting Ms Proctor to introduce this paper on from Wellington Water, and then we will take questions.
Afternoon, councillors, Madam Chair. So, I'll take this off. There is currently no redundancy in our central city wastewater network. That means when there's a significant asset failure, such as the one that occurred in Dixon Street in 2019, the only place that the wastewater can go is into Te Whanganui Atara. In 2020, there were failures on the Victoria Street pipe, which also would have resulted in discharges into our harbour had it not been for a wastewater storage tank under the Michael Fowler Centre. The new wastewater pump station and rising main project, which this paper pertains to, will increase our redundancy and reduce the risk of wastewater overflows. The project realises our intent to increase investment in our Three Waters network to address the risk of critical failures and improve the resilience of the network whilst providing for future growth. The project will also mean that Wellington Water can progress its important programme of central city renewals without introducing further risk to the system, and as such is a necessary precursor to that programme. This is phase 1. It's made up of an $8 million pump station and $16 million worth of pipes. The $6 million figure in the LTP was a placeholder and based on high-level design and previous works. The $24 million cost estimate that we're asking you to approve today is a result of broadening the scope to include new pipes in Taranaki Street and Wakefield Street, further detailed investigation of the ground conditions and current inflationary pressure. Following the implementation of this project, The next phase of the CBD programme will be a $10 million project to install a new rising main along Wakefield Street to connect the Kent Terrace wastewater system to the new Taranaki facilities. This project was anticipated in the LTP and costs will be firmed up through design over the next year or so. Once the full programme is complete, we will achieve full redundancy in our central city wastewater network. On approval of the budget, construction is aiming to start in June, and works will be complete sometime late in 23 or early 2024. And I think online we do have Colin and Tonya from Wellington Water.
Greetings.
Great, thank you. So I'll just ask my question, which I'd asked in writing. So in 2018, Colin, you'll remember I was cross because there was a $20 or $30 million blowout on some of those projects in Kilbirnie. And we did have conversations with officers about what we were going to do just to make sure that we did give accurate costings budget-wise. What can we do? Because it looks terrible to have a project quadruple in price. And the other question that just occurred to me, was, is a pump station the best green solution, or are we just sort of moving water around?
Tonya, I think you could probably answer the first one and then...
Well, I was going to do that, Siobhan. I think when we dealt with the Āmua Reservoir councillors, we talked about the... Or can you hear me? Yes?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. When we had the Āmua Reservoir, we talked about the difficulty of putting placeholders into long-term plans early on when they were a signal for a scope of works. And in this case here, it's the same issue reoccurring, where in 2020 we had our state of knowledge on this project was low, and so we put a placeholder as a starter for a series of projects that were going to address this based on a pump station in Taranaki Street. Now what we've done is we've given you, given you an update, which is a firm estimate, the first firm estimate for this work, which has a broadened scope. It has a pump station and it has a rising main. And so this problem is a difficult one about how do you set a placeholder in an LTP to give an indication of future work before a lot of work has been done. And that's what you have in front of you today.
Siobhan, can I also hear from you about what we're doing at our end?
In terms of our project?
In terms of our pricing, because we put all this information into our budgets, we do have some responsibility here too.
So I can talk about what we're doing for our own projects in terms of our improvements we're making to our project cost estimation. So we have similar issues where, especially if we're putting things into a long-term plan some years in advance, often the cost estimates are fairly inaccurate and not representative of final cost. So we are doing some works in the plan to improve that cost estimation, especially at concept design, where you do risk-adjusted costs. So you look at what you know, you look at your known unknowns, and then you allow contingency for unknowns as well. So it's really bringing through some of that practice that other industries use to kind of de-risk those cost estimates at the early stage.
Right, Councillor Conley, then Councillor Fitzsimons.
Thank you. I'd just like to pick up on this statement about the level 0 cost estimate. Can you be, obviously that's before some scoping work is done, but based on the framework that you've developed, how much contingency should be included in that to acknowledge the fact that at level 0 we have very little understanding of what the scope of the project will be? And was that contingency included in the estimate you provided to us?
I'd have to hand that to Tonya. Are you there, Tonya?
Yep, I am. Kia ora tātou. So there's two elements to the cost difference in here, one of which is around the estimate for the pump station. So the pump station estimate is $6 million, and our firm project price is now $8.5 million for the pump station. The change of scope, as Siobhan has indicated, is the long length of pipe that's going to run from the pump station up Taranaki Street to the interceptor. So that's the biggest inflationary pressure on there. So yes, thank you, Councillor Condi. We do put contingency into our level 0 estimates. In this case, not sufficient. We up until COVID hit us, we were putting 100%. Now that COVID's on us, we are adjusting that contingency because it's no longer keeping up with the inflationary pressures. So we're going to have a look at what that needs to be in the current market.
Thank you. And I guess I'd like to understand why the additional pipe. So it's really useful to be able to hear, first of all, that the pump station cost has just gone from 6 to 8. That's super helpful. And it's great to kind of understand that it's this additional pipe that's driving the majority of the cost. And I guess my question then becomes, why was that additional pipe not included in the original estimate for the project? Can you tell us why that was something that kind of we didn't know a year ago and now we know it now?
Well, it's the easiest way to explain it is the evolution of the program. When we went through the LTP phase on this, it was really a concept around ensuring that resilience and redundancy in the CBD network, and then getting that in place and then replacing the rest of it so that we don't have any issues with wastewater in the CBD and we enable some growth. So we go back to those first principles. That was really shortly before the LTP. So what we've done since then is we've done the program plan that it puts each of those sections in place. And this one we would like to bring forward. And then, as Siobhan has also mentioned, we've got the next phase lined up on Wakefield Street to replace that awful piece of pipe along there. And then that would be the next project to come in. And then we have 7 others that we are working on at the moment to complete that program of work.
Thanks, Sonia. Really appreciate all the work you're doing on these, as you say, quite awful stretches of pipe that we've got through the city.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fitzsimons.
Yeah, I just want to preface my question by saying I do appreciate that, things cost what they cost. But with Wellington Water, if I think about recently, Pūroro, the recent maintenance, and now this, we do seem to be getting the costings wrong a lot and by quite a lot. And I just was interested to know the extent of engagement between our officers and Wellington Water when doing the estimates. So is there, sort of extensive that? So that's my first question. And my second question really is, as a governor, this is a sort of presented to us as a fait accompli. Like there isn't a lot we can do with this, right? We need to accept it. So I'm just interested from our officers, and you've touched on some of them, but what are the things that we could do to make the costings and the estimates more realistic in the future? And one of the things I wondered about is whether we should have in all of these documents a table which says estimate actual price, just so it's always front of mind as governors. And I guess I'm just interested, it's probably both questions to Wellington City Council officers. I'm just interested in whether you think that would just bring some attention to this in a useful way or not.
Yep. Yeah, I can answer both of those. Thanks, Councillor Fitzsimmons. So on the first question, we run a one budget model with Wellington Water. So Wellington Water provides us with the advice of what their OPEX and CAPEX requirements are, and then Wellington City Council, like the other shareholding councils, funds that under one budget model, so it's up to them to how they distribute that money amongst their activity classes. On the second question, the thing that we can do, which is I alluded to it in answering Iona's question, you can, at concept design phase, have a look at those costs which are known and certain because you've done these projects in the past. There'll be elements, the costs that are uncertain. So if you have to import material, for instance, the Forex will be uncertain, inflation may be uncertain, ground conditions, which are normally the source of the most uncertainty, will always be uncertain. So you put a risk adjustment on those. And the further out you are from detailed design, the higher those risks are going to be. And essentially what that gives you is what we used to refer to as a maximum approval cost. So you're thinking about a distribution of likely costs. You'd be looking at the P90, and that's what we'd be including in a business case. So that really gives us enough leeway to take account of those risks should they eventuate. So it's really an assessment of how likely all of those risks would be to eventuate, and they won't all eventuate. So you give a P90 estimate. So if you think about a standard distribution, the 90th percentile would be your upper bound. So at least then you get what we expect it to cost, which would be our likely estimate, and then what it potentially could cost should risks eventuate. So that's where we want to move with our council projects. Look, it's going to take some time. I'm not going to say it's going to happen straight away. We do need to lift our capability in this area.
That finished? Right, Mayor Foster and then Deputy Mayor Free.
Yeah, look, thanks. I'm going to go budget as well. Would it be better if we didn't, if we actually said, look, we don't know what something is going to cost when we're originally thinking about it, or put a very large range? Maybe you just simply put the money in to say we're going to do a certain amount of investigation first, then we've got an idea what the cost is going to be, or we put in a range, and those ranges sound as though they will be pretty large. So that at least we're very, very clear that we actually don't know at the front end, because it's not. We've had the same issue with, the likes of the town hall will be the same kind of thing, where we started off with one number which we didn't really have a project. It's just a placeholder. Sludge is the same. Just to say we don't know what we don't know at the front end when we're putting a number, rather than put a number up there and then get held to it.
Is that a question for me?
Question for both ways.
Because you're not looking at me.
I'm happy to add after Siobhan. I've got a few thoughts on that.
Yes, I think for LTP stage, having a range would be really useful, because the other issue is that when it's in LTP, doesn't automatically approve that project. I'm thinking from a council perspective, you would still need to go through a business case process to assure ourselves that we've got the right option, to scope it out properly, to do the project plan, etc. So I think a range would be a good idea. I'm not sure how difficult it would be from a funding and financing perspective, though. I can see Sarah grinning.
Just on that point, through you, Chair, we do need to have a number to set the budget, but you could, that could be a decision that we make at a political level, whether that's the 50% of the range, whether it's the 90% of the range, but at least that political expectation and community expectations are set through that process, that there is some unknown, but yeah, we do need a number.
I guess that's my fundamental problem, is if we need a number, but the number has no sense of reality around it, that becomes a bit problematic, because we're telling the community something that actually has no meaning. Well, but by the time you've done P90, you've done all that work, which is exactly my point, which is why put in the number and get yourself held to something when you've done virtually no work. You've just got a concept. Yeah. Okay. Second question is, I was just looking back. We had some discussions, Colin, and there was an article which I see was February last year, where we revealed $40 million plan to upgrade the Central City wastewater pipes, which included exactly this pipe. What's it looking like now? Because that feels like you had a better, because that was the stage you came and showed it to me, and we showed it publicly as well. Where at that stage, you probably sounds like you might have had a little bit more of an inkling than you did of just saying $6 million, which might have been an early stage thing for the LTP.
I'll get Tonya to update you on the total program there, Andy. But the good point everybody is making is that this job is a series of projects to avoid a risk of spilling into the harbour and to support growth. And to me, the idea of signalling, that this is a multiple stage project and your LTP is a good one, because that's your intention. And then it's around, how do you set budgets for the early stages of it? If you look back in hindsight now, by putting a placeholder of only a pump station at the beginning, it didn't really give you the right sense. There is actually probably more likely to be a bunch of projects that are going to be promoted now. So giving that overall sense of the total program, and then thinking about what are the works we're going to do in the next 3 years of the LTP would be a big improvement. Tonya, your view on the total cost of the program now?
It's probably where I get scared.
Stand by. So just to answer the first question, there's 36 million in the 10-year LTP, phased over the life of the LTP. So again, based on the uncertainty at the time on the cost and how quickly we could deliver it, that's spread over the LTP. I think I've got that right, Siobhan, haven't I?
Yep. Yes.
Yep. And there's two ways we can go about the next thing. I always say to my team, double it. and or we've had a level 1 estimate of the program, and that has come in at 72 million.
Okay, cool.
I'm going to put my hand up though. Sorry, Mayor Foster, and put a big caveat on it, and one that's been raised already in this room is that the cost to do any kind of infrastructure construction at the moment are skyrocketing. Yeah. So we think we could, you know, that will be the lower end of the delivery range from now on. I don't think that 72 probably doesn't bear a whole lot of scrutiny next year. This time next year when we come back, we'll probably be asking for more money.
Okay, and look, the last question I've got, in our paper, the background paper has a whole bunch of things which led to significant cost increases. For some reason, the one that isn't included in there is the pipe. And given that the pipe is most of it, I looked at those and thought, well, that doesn't explain, you know, that big a gap. So obviously you got the front end wrong, but it sounds like you got the front end pretty well right for the pump station. It's just it doesn't include the pipes. That would have made a very different read to the paper if it had said that. Any thoughts? Probably. The way I read this is it said we were doing a pump station and the pipes originally for 6, but clearly we weren't.
Yeah, I don't know if you've got a comment on that. Yep.
That's the main point we're trying to make today, that it's a $24 million project. When you compare the original estimate was $6 million for a pump station, it's updated to 8. We've now added a big rising main down Taranaki Street and connected it to the Victoria system. Yep. It's a change in scope as well as increases in investigation and inflation.
And I think that's the problem in the paper. The paper forgot to mention the pipe as a change in scope. Okay, and
I think that's a really good point to note.
Yeah, and look, and Siobhan and I have had a chat about being a little bit more joined up on these going forward. Good. So I can take half the rap for that.
And look, the other thing is just to, if the pump station is being put at greater depth, is that the extra sort of 2 million for the pump station?
The 2 million for the pump station is a number of things, Andy. One is the current market conditions. Okay, the other is the seismic standards it needs to comply with. Gary's writing furiously, so why don't I let Gary talk?
Yeah, the difference in the pumping station, partly to do with seismic issues in the region, which we know more about, and partly to do with protecting the nearby buildings. Where we've ended up is pretty close to the buildings there, and we needed to change the method. Yep. The original estimate was based on the last pumping station we did, and we've had to change the method to protect buildings around there.
And to be clear on that, remember we did the Dixon Street pump station on the corner of Dixon and Whitefield Street, or Victoria Street. Willis. No, Victoria Street. Victoria. And there's a lovely big corner, and there was plenty of room. Yeah. So this one is a similar size underground facility, but we've got to do it between Taranaki Street and the trees in the building. So it's a much different proposition.
You need a method that doesn't cause any vibration, which is going to undermine any of the buildings around there.
Okay. No, look, thank you very much.
It's deeper too.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Free, then Councillor Condie.
Yeah, I think my problem is a map would have been really helpful. You know, it's sort of, and knowing that it's actually a scope increase is actually really helpful, because that's not come through until this conversation we've had now. So I guess a direct question is, it's been mentioned that there needs to be a little bit more perhaps coordination in these papers. So Tonya, did you approve this paper, or did anyone from Wellington Water actually approve this paper that's come to us?
Yes, we did.
Can I?
Yeah, Colin's going to have a chat to it, but yes, we did.
You did? Okay. Can I ask how fixed these costs are now? Like, what is this based on, this 24.1 million? Have you had an actual quote?
Yes, we can answer that. And again, I'll defer to Gary. As soon as he starts writing furiously, that is my cue.
That's fine. I'm happy to hear from Gary. Very happy.
Yeah, we've had a price from a contractor for the pumping station, so we're a lot higher confidence on that now. But for the pipe along Taranaki Street, no, that's just an engineer's estimate at the moment, and we'll know better in the coming months, in the next 3 or 4 months. Just going back on an earlier point, the change in scope there was that originally the pumping station just had a small short pipe to the interceptor, and the pipe we have now is much larger and much longer, and as Colin said, it connects to the rest of the system. So we discarded the earlier plan and replaced it with this.
I mean, some background on this, because people are going to wonder why it's gone up by so much. So some background showing that kind of change of scope would have added a lot, I think, to our understanding. And also some confirmation about how what rigor's gone into this current price, because what does get awkward for us is if we have this price rise and then, a little bit down the track it goes up yet again, and that starts to look like, it's all terribly up in the air. I just do want to ask why it's having to go so much deeper when there's water table issues, because the reason given is let's get Welly moving, but there's only one option, which actually goes down Taranaki Street out of the 4. So on what basis was it decided that it needed to go deeper?
Obstructions along the street, I believe. There's a number of obstructions and it's very congested in there.
So it's not really let's get Welly moving then?
Oh, I think that was part of it, but I'd have to go and check the detail on the Let's Get Welly to Move.
There's a number of things that constrain the site, Councillor Free. There's the services that go up Taranaki Street. There's the potential for Let's Get Welly Moving to come down. There's the buildings, and then there are the heritage trees. So there are a number of things for that site that do drive us to the particular spot.
Okay.
Could I just raise a point? Would that be all right?
Sure.
Councillor Fitzsimons mentioned the increase in operating costs for the 21-22 year, and we've had this paper as well, where it hasn't been, possibly as best as it could have been. And Siobhan and Barbara and I have been chatting about that, and we definitely got a better process in the future for dealing with other papers that are coming your way. And I'd like to say now that I think that's going to iron out some of the the hiccups we've had in the past and the delays getting some really important information to you. And I believe that we're working on a formula that will improve that significantly, Siobhan.
Yep.
Would it have also been perhaps helpful, I think it would have been for me, if we'd been able to see some of the recent projects that you've done and even some sort of analysis of how much it's costing per kilometre or is there just no comparison? Every project is so unique that you can't go on a recent history basis. And I guess maybe this is a technical question.
Yeah, there you go.
And yeah, we do compare all the time. Of course, every single project is different, but we do have good comparison across our programme, and we do keep a record of all the recently completed projects, and we do have prices per metre. But of course, everyone is different, so we do pro-rata them up.
I just feel that for the size of the overspend, a little bit more of a record in this document of the thinking and, the technological reasons behind it might have been useful.
I think it's more a case of that when it becomes connected to the rest of the network, there is an awful lot of extra work involved in there to change the configuration of the whole system, new valves, new connections, a whole load of other work. Whereas if you just have an isolated piece of pipe, it's you have a length and you have a rate per metre, and you've got a lot better chance of getting the cost right.
I'd just like to add, though, Gary and Tonya, this is at the far end of some of our experience, isn't it? In terms of the complexity, building it in the middle of the city, and doing those things. So you're always going to be challenged, aren't you?
That's right. We have tended in the past to do isolated projects, and this is much more like a programme of works. So you are including for the next piece of work to be completed in the next couple of years, and all those connections do add to the complexity, yes.
Is it possible for you to send us a supplementary to this paper, like just by email? It's not this paper technically, but with some of that information, like a maps and a little bit more information. Oh, there is a map, okay. The Mayor's very helpfully showing me, but I haven't actually got to my printout. Okay, thank you.
We can provide a more detailed map if that's needed. That is just a simple sketch at a high level, but we can provide more detail.
Thank you. Right, Councillor Condé.
Thank you. I'm just trying to get my head around the scope change again, and just wanted to follow up on this comment that, you know, the original scope, there was kind of a small short length of pipe that was part of the project, and now the project is including a much longer length of pipe that joins up the interceptor. Can you talk us through kind of when that change happened? Because it's obviously really key to the change in costs, and so I would really like to understand when that kind of scope change happened and why it's...
Sure, I'll answer that if you don't mind. It's not a scope change. What we're doing is we are, so the $6 million just had which was the pump station, envisaged a short length of pipe. The next phase of the project hooks up the pump station and part of the network with the interceptor. So that was always in scope for the program and has been brought forward. That is a big length of pipe, and hence the big change in price.
So thanks, Tonya.
It would be easy if I could point to a plan. Right.
Yeah. So what I'm hearing is that there were two projects in this program of work. One was a pump station and one was the length of pipe to connect the pump station to the interceptor.
Right.
And two separate projects are now being put together as one project.
Yep, and getting them both underway soon. Yep.
Excellent. Okay, so yeah, that's good to understand. And, you know, it would be good to understand, I guess, you know, in future, and just building on the Deputy Mayor's comments, that it would have been great to kind of see that in the paper about what the cost estimate for, because we really just saw the cost estimate for one half of this project in the paper, $6 million, whereas actually you've taken two projects and kind of putting them together.
Pull them together. Yeah.
You know, so in future that would be super helpful. Thank you.
But look, and I'll work with Siobhan and her team on how we can pull together an information pack and then we can update, because as we say, this is a program, and it's the objective of it is really, really important. So we're happy to keep you up to date on it.
Thank you. Can we move into debate now? It's 20 to 3, and we need to, so unless anyone violently objects to this money being spent. So Councillor Condé is going to introduce.
Yes, I'm moving the paper. I think we are all in agreement that this is very essential work that the city needs to happen. We all want the project to go ahead. We've heard some really good conversations about the challenges of doing early estimates, the work that's going on to try and improve that. The rapid construction inflation that we're facing in the COVID market and the challenges that those are presenting. But just to finish, I would just like to kind of acknowledge that, you know, Wellington Water Limited have done some brilliant projects around our city and replacing some pipes, the work under Mount Albert and other places. They do really good work on the ground, the stormwater pipe under Jervois Quay. And I expect that this project, once it gets shovels in the ground in June, will also be delivered to a really high standard that we've come to expect from you, and that we're really grateful for when you deliver these projects, Wellington Water. And with that, Mayor Foster, did you want a second?
Yeah. Thank you. Just to say, to reiterate everything that Councillor Condé has just said, this is precisely the kind of work that our community has told us that they want us to invest in. It is a piece of work that, once it's complete, will safeguard the city from having rising mains breaking and the discharge of wastewater into the harbour. And there is a nicely connected proposition here. And effectively, what we've got at the moment is we've got single pipes leading up into the interceptor. When something goes wrong with those pipes, as happened with the Willow Street pipe, with the adit there, then there was nowhere for the wastewater to go other than stored for a short period of time in the tank underneath the Michael Fowler Centre or Michael Fowler Centre car park, and then ultimately you ended up with discharges to the harbour. So this collection of pipes, and this is the first phase, will safeguard the harbour from that, which is what our community wants, and it will also provide for growth. And we know that at the moment quite a number of new buildings in that catchment are having to put detention tanks in, so this should, I expect, be able to deal with that as well. So look, I'm pleased to have it here, and I'm pleased also we've now got clarified why the numbers were so different before. But I also think that going forward we can be much more nuanced, much smarter about how we describe projects, not just underground projects, but projects where we're not sure what the final cost is going to look like, and so we don't get held to a number which doesn't make sense, you know, a couple of years down the track. So pleased to support.
Thank you. Liz Kelly.
Oh, Kapai, I just wanted to get in first in case this debate went on a long time, and I wanted to table that I need to leave by 3 if we haven't voted, but I wanted you to know what my feelings were with this. So first of all, I'd like to thank the officers for this paper and for the work that they are doing with Wellington Water to resolve our issues that we have, which a number of them are outstanding. And I was actually thrilled to see what Wellington Water are proposing, the pump house and the connectors, all the pipes that are going to connect to it. Because for me, that makes sense. When you look at the growth areas in Taranaki Street, Dixon, Wakefield, Oriental Parade and Kent Terrace, we're seeing more and more flats being built in the city, which then means that we've got more users using our system. So that all makes sense to me. I was a little bit astounded at the amount that it has blown out. I mean, that is huge, but you've already canvassed and advised us why. But for me as well, I just wanted to thank the officers for this report, because the 7 points at bullet point 20 actually cover in detail why there is those blowouts, and I accept that those are the reasons why we're doing this, and I want to support this in its entirety. I want to thank the officers for finding a way for the job to be done and for it to be done now within a budget. But I do support this, and I agree with Mayor Foster that this is exactly what the people in Wellington and out this way as well, out Pūroro way, are looking at real solutions to stopping the water going into our harbours, our waterways, and in our environment. So thank you for putting this up. I appreciate that, you know, you're going to look at ways to resolve coming to council with such big blowouts, and I'm sure that the officers will work together to accomplish that. So I support this recommendation in its entirety. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Any other speakers? Please, no right of reply. Do you have anything to say? Okay, if we can vote. Thanks very much.
Oh, cool. Oh, it's going to be ages.
That is unanimous. That's great. Thank you very much. Right, actions tracking. Mr. Hodgetts, have you got anything you want to say?
Thank you.
No actions tracking. It's all right.
Cheers.
Thank you, Colin and crew.
Thank you.
Look, happy to take questions on both actions tracking forward program, but taking it as read.
Okay. Any questions, Councillor? Deputy Mayor Free's got an amendment for the forward program. Do you want to just mention?
I do have an amendment to the forward program, which is just wrapping up some of the advice that we've received verbally from our officers around the process around the airport road. The airport have written to us about that. We're not making any decision on it because it's not the right time, but none of us know who's going to be here after October, and I just would like some formal record of the fact that we've had some discussions and that how the process might unfold. And I understand Mr. Hodgetts is actually perfectly comfortable with bringing us a little noting paper, very brief, just to say what the process would be. So I'm going
before the end of the triennium, though.
Before the end of the triennium, so that I know I can rest easy going into that election, even if I'm not returned. This matter will still be there as on the record. So I'm bringing that as an amendment when the appropriate time comes. And I don't know, I'm still looking for a second. I haven't had really a chance to ask, but.
Yep, that's fine. Any other questions? Yes, Terry will, I'm sure. Any questions? No. Okay, so in fact, Deputy Mayor Free, do you want to just move both papers and you just move your amendment as part of the substantive, just so we can do this quickly?
Very very happy to move both papers with the amendment
So put the
included.
wording up, obviously, so people can see it and are happy with it.
Thank you. I'm very happy with that. So I'm moving. I believe Councillor O'Neill has offered to second.
Anyone wish to speak? Great. People are already voting. Let's go. I like it.
It was a speak.
Oh, was it? Oh, sorry. I saw people. Sorry.
I do really quickly want to thank Deputy Mayor Free for your consistent persistence on this one. It's impressive.
Yeah, but sorry. I think it's fine. It has been a long day. Excellent, that was unanimous. Right, if we can stand for the closing karakia. Unahia, ki te uru tapa nui, kia wātea, kia mama, te nākau, te tinana, te wairoa. I te ara takutu, koe a rā e rongo, whaikaira aki ke runga, kia wātea, ai rā kua wātea. Thank you, everyone. We got there in the end. Much appreciated.
Happy Easter, everyone.